Chapter 559. Along the way up, the messy bloodstains that had long dried up could be seen everywhere. Some of the steps and the surrounding scenery were also damaged. Chu Luiyue looked at them one by one, and her heart sank. Yi Ranran was obviously used to it and didn't take it to heart. Chu Luiyue couldn't help but ask. Ranran, how long have you been in Chongshu Pavilion? Yi Ranran thought for a moment. More than 2 years, right? But in the past, I mostly followed Master to gain experience outside and rarely came back. A year ago, after the accident in Chongshu Pavilion, Master and I stayed in Qingyuan Mountain. Your master is, my master is Elder Xia Yi, one of the 4 great elders of Chongshu Pavilion. But the other 3 elders are. So now, Master is in charge of many things in Chongshu Pavilion. When Yi Ranran mentioned this, a trace of sadness flashed across his face. The other elders are also very good people, but, Chu Luiyue pursed her lips. Of the 4 great elders, only Elder Xia Yi was left. No wonder everyone didn't have high hopes for Chongshu Pavilion. Without the powerhouses guarding it, the current Chongshu Pavilion naturally couldn't be compared to the past. She heard that Yuqi Song had also suffered serious injuries and hadn't recovered yet. When she was with Yuqi Song previously, she vaguely sensed that something was wrong with his body, but she didn't ask in detail. If the pavilion master and the 4 great elders were like this, then there was no need to mention the others. Ranran? You're here. When they were halfway up the mountain, a young man appeared in their line of sight. Yi Ranran looked up and waved happily. Senior brother Lu. Why are you here? Lu Xiao's gaze swept across Chu Luiyue and Chang Wanzhou, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. The pavilion master asked me to pick you up. These 2 must be the 2 junior brothers who won the 1st and 2nd place in the Wanzheng competition. Invite them in. The pavilion master, the elders, and your fellow disciples are all waiting for you. Chu Luiyue's eyebrows twitched in the face of Lu Xiao's enthusiasm. Even if it was to welcome him, coming halfway up the mountain to pick him up was a bit. Also, didn't he just say that the entire Chongshu Pavilion was waiting for them? Because the 2 of them. Did they have to? At this time, Chu Luiyue naturally didn't know that since the incident more than a year ago, no new disciples had been admitted to the Chongshu Pavilion. Now that they suddenly had a junior brother and a junior sister, who were particularly powerful, the entire Chongshu Pavilion was inevitably excited. He had gone through a lot of trouble to get this mission. Little junior sister, little junior brother, your accommodations on the mountain have long been prepared. According to the cabinet master, you have already found a residence in Xiling City, but you are still welcome to stay on the mountain for a while. Our Chongshu Pavilion is not so rigid. We have always been very free in this aspect. You can go up or down the mountain as you please. Just pay attention to your safety. By the way, we've been growing some medicinal herbs on the mountain recently. I heard that little junior sister is also a celestial physician, right? In the future, if you want to refine pills, just look for us if you need any medicinal herbs. As Lu Xiao rambled on, he looked at Chu Luiyue and Chang Wanzhou's expressions as if he was afraid that they would be unhappy. Chu Luiyue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She had met Lu Xiao twice in the past. He was also Elder Xiao's disciple. At that time, she only thought that he was restrained and polite. His talent was not bad, but she never knew that he was actually a chatterbox. However, in the current Chongshu Pavilion, even the pavilion master, Yuqi Song, had to personally sell things to raise money, let alone the people below. For Lu Xiao to say that, it was obvious that he really liked the 2 of them. Yi Ranran listened from the side and didn't feel annoyed at all. Instead, he also chimed in and occasionally expressed his own opinions. In short, after knowing that Chu Luiyue and Chang Wanzhou had chosen Chongshu Pavilion, the entire Chongshu Pavilion took action to satisfy the 2 of them. Were they afraid that the 2 of them would run away? Chu Luiyue followed them up and agreed. Chang Wanzhou was straightforward and didn't say much from the beginning to the end. Lu Xiao thought to himself, this little junior sister is kind and amiable. She always has a smile on her face and looks very easy to get along with. Although little junior brother is a little cold, he seems to listen to little junior sister. In that case, it's not bad. On the way, Chu Luyue chatted with the two of them and heard a lot of news. When they were about to reach the top of the mountain, Lu Xiao suddenly shouted, "Little junior sister and little junior brother are here." His voice was full of vigor, and it reverberated throughout the entire mountain. Chu Luyue's mouth twitched as an ominous premonition surged in his heart. Indeed, in the next moment, he saw a group of people suddenly appear in front of him. At a glance, there were at least dozens of people. Little junior sister. Little junior brother. You're finally here. We've been waiting for the whole morning. That's right. Hey, make way. I can't see them anymore. Who asked you to run so slowly? Lu Zhiyao shouted again, all of you, calm down. Don't scare little junior brother and little junior sister. Chu Luyue, Chang Wanzhou, Chu Luyue couldn't help but look up at the sky. They had come here early in the morning. It was actually still early in the morning. Why had they waited for the whole morning? Also, what kind of rare object were the two of them? Why were there so many people here? He thought that they were just coming up the mountain to acknowledge a master, but he didn't expect, let's go. The pavilion master and the others are already waiting for you. Lu Zhiyao urged with an excited expression. Chang Wanzhou finally couldn't help but whisper, don't tell me you chose the Chongshu Pavilion because of this? Chu Luyue looked at him murderously. Chang Wanzhou shut his mouth. Then, under Lu Zhiyao and Yi Ranran's enthusiastic introduction, Chu Luyue and Lu Zhiyao greeted the many senior brothers and senior sisters in the Chongshu Pavilion. By the time they finally broke out of the encirclement, Chu Luyue's forehead was already covered in sweat. Fortunately, more people didn't come. Otherwise, it would have taken a day just to recognize them, Chu Luyue muttered. Lu Zhiyao, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped and looked back at her with a complicated expression. Little junior sister, actually, those people just now, are almost all the disciples left in the Chongshu Pavilion. Chu Luyue's heart skipped a beat as she looked at Lu Zhiyao in disbelief. What? In the past, there were 600 to 700 disciples in the Chongshu Pavilion. Why were there only so many left now? Lu Zhiyao saw how shocked she was and hurriedly said, actually, there are still some who haven't returned. I'll introduce them to you in the future. Chu Luyue asked, Senior brother Lu, how many disciples are left in the entire Chongshu Pavilion? Lu Zhiyao sighed. About 100. Chu Luyue sucked in a breath of cold air. The casualties from more than a year ago were actually so heavy? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 560. Lu Zhiyao hurriedly waved his hand. Actually, that's not it. Although there were heavy casualties that time, it wasn't to this extent. It's just that after that, the Chongshu Pavilion plummeted. The pavilion master felt that forcing them to stay would only delay their future, so he ordered them to leave. If anyone doesn't want to stay here, they can take a fee from the pavilion master and leave. Some of them did leave at that time, but most of them left one after another in the past year or so. It would be too presumptuous to say that they didn't have any feelings for the Chongshu Pavilion. However, the current Chongshu Pavilion was indeed no longer the Chongshu Pavilion of the past. Chu Luyue was silent for a while. That's not the only reason, right? Even if the Chongshu Pavilion encountered these accidents and fell to this extent, it shouldn't be enough to dismiss the disciples. Lu Zhiyao was conflicted for a long time. He wanted to say something but stopped. Little junior sister was very smart. It didn't seem appropriate if he didn't say anything. What if she also wanted to leave after he said it? Yi Ranran couldn't bear it anymore and said in a low voice, Lu Yu, there's something you don't know. In fact, the pavilion master did this for their own good. For more than a year, the disciples of the Chongshu Pavilion have been ostracized and made things difficult for them everywhere. They can't cultivate properly at all. Chu Luiyue suddenly understood. Someone is targeting the Chongshu Pavilion? Yi Ranran and Lu Xiao looked at each other and nodded slightly. Who has such a powerful force in West Hill? Chu Luiyue frowned slightly, but he kept thinking. In fact, there were only a few people who could do it. It's the third, Lu Yu, Wanzhou, you're here. Before Chu Luiyue could ask, Yuqi Song and Elder Xiai walked out of the hall. Elder Xiai's eyes lit up when he saw the two of them. He immediately walked over and sized them up carefully. TSK, TSK. Pavilion Master, you've really brought back two rare seedlings this time. Previously, he didn't quite believe it, but now that he saw it with his own eyes, he was finally at ease. Over the past year, not to mention geniuses, even cultivators with average aptitude refused to step into the Chongshu Pavilion. Now, two young geniuses with the Daijing Yuan Meridian had come. It was really raining red from the sky. Weiqi Song laughed as well, and the wrinkles on his wrinkled face seemed to have deepened as he laughed. I told you you'd love it. These are the two who performed the best in this year's Wanzheng competition. Chu Luiyue and Chang Wanzhou saluted. Greetings, Pavilion Master, Elder Xiai. Elder Xiai chuckled and couldn't help but ask, he said that the two of you chose the Chongshu Pavilion on your own initiative. Is that true? Chu Luiyue held back his laughter. Of course it's true. Elder Xiai stroked his beard in disbelief. Yuqi Song walked over and said, you can take a look around today. You can decide who to take as your master after you've gained a certain understanding of the Chongshu Pavilion. He paused for a moment before he continued, pretending to be relaxed. Initially, there were a few elders to choose from, but now, there's only me and Xiai left. Chu Luiyue's heart ached slightly, but he nodded anyway. Thank you, Pavilion Master and Elder Xiai. Then, under Lu Xiao and Yi Ranran's guidance, Chu Luiyue and Chang Wanzhou began to observe the Chongshu Pavilion. Chu Luiyue had been to this place many times in the past, but it was very different now. Traces of a battle could be seen everywhere, and many things had been damaged. Although a year had already passed, it could still be seen how desperate that battle was from this. After walking around, Chu Luiyue felt as if something was stuck in his heart, and he felt very uncomfortable. Almost all of the tens of thousands of books in the Chongshu Pavilion had been taken away, and they were all extremely precious prescriptions and martial arts techniques. The precious medicinal herbs had also been looted, and not a single one was left. All that was left was a medicinal garden that had just been planted. Although they had planted a lot of medicinal herbs, most of them took 100 years to grow. These herbs had only been planted a year ago, and they would have to wait for a long time. Chu Luiyue looked at the medicinal garden that had obviously just been renovated and asked hesitantly, Senior Brother Lu, what do you mean? You said that we can come to you if we need any medicinal herbs. Are these the ones you're referring to? Lu Xiao scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. Well. Although these herbs have just been planted and can't be used for the time being, if little junior sister and little junior brother need anything, just let us know. We'll do our best to satisfy you. Chu Luiyue looked thoughtful. So, Senior Brother Lu, you're saying, we should buy them outside? She suspected that these people might not even be able to afford the medicinal herbs she needed to refine pills. Most of the people in the Chongshu Pavilion are celestial physician. There should be a place dedicated to growing medicinal herbs. Why did they just open this medicinal garden? In the past, she had taken a lot of medicinal herbs from here. But why didn't they mention it now? Lu Xiao sighed. Little junior sister, you guessed right. The Chongshu Pavilion did have a very large medicinal garden in the past. But after that incident, the medicinal garden was destroyed. Not only were the medicinal herbs inside all damaged, but even that large area of land was affected and became a barren land. Now, this new medicinal garden is one of the few clean places on Qingyuan Mountain. Chu Luyue frowned. How could this be? Who exactly was it that was so ruthless to the Chongshu Pavilion? No wonder Yuqi Song was forced to such a state. No wonder so many disciples in the Chongshu Pavilion left. Who could bear to stay in such a state? At the mention of this matter, Lu Xiao and Yi Ranran's mood became much gloomier. The few of them quieted down. After a short silence, Chu Luyue said, "Senior brother Lu, I want to go to the original medicinal garden to take a look." Lu Xiao was shocked. "Why are you going there? That place is already barren. There's nothing to see there. Moreover, the pavilion master has already given the order not to allow disciples to go there casually." A trace of disappointment flashed across Chu Luyue's face. Yi Ranran blinked and whispered, "Senior brother Lu, if Lu Yu wants to take a look, let's bring her there. It's just a look. It's nothing." The pavilion master liked Lu Yu and Yi Ranran so much. Even if he knew, he probably wouldn't punish them. Lu Xiao hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. "All right. But after you go, you can't act on your own. We'll only take a look and come back." Chu Luyue immediately nodded in agreement. "I'll listen to senior brother Lu." Then, the few of them took a detour to another road and walked towards the former medicinal garden. There were very few people in the Chongshu Pavilion now. They didn't meet anyone along the way. This made Lu Xiao and Yi Ranran secretly heave a sigh of relief. The further they went, the more deserted and lonely it became. Finally, after about a quarter of an hour, they finally arrived. "That's it." Lu Xiao pointed at a barren land in front of him and said, "Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network." Chapter 561. The once dense and lush herb garden had become a truly barren land. At a glance, there were only some withered herbs left on the ochre-red dry ground. A faint bitter smell filled the air. Chu Luyue stared at the herb garden. How did it become like this? When she heard Lu Xiao say that this place was also affected, she didn't pay too much attention to it. But now that she saw it with her own eyes, she knew how serious it was. The herb garden that Chongshu Pavilion had carefully nurtured for many years was completely destroyed overnight. Lu Xiao sighed softly. "When it happened, Master and we were outside, so we didn't know what was going on. When I came back, I found that the herb garden had been destroyed. In fact, the herb garden had always been guarded by people. However, there were too many people that came that day. Moreover, it was obvious that it was premeditated. They directly killed the people who were guarding the herb garden and destroyed the herb garden. This was undoubtedly a fatal blow to Chongshu Pavilion." Chu Luyue thought for a moment. This herb garden seems to take up a lot of space. To be able to destroy it to this extent overnight. They must have used some special method, right? We're also very puzzled about this, but until now, we haven't found out what happened. We only know that nothing can grow on this ground anymore. It's completely ruined." Chu Luyue walked forward. Yi Ranran pulled her back. "Lu Yu. What are you doing? The herb garden has been sealed. No one can enter. Even if the pavilion master doesn't pursue the matter, what if there's still danger inside?" Chu Luyue patted her hand. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'm just taking a closer look. What's there to see?" Yi Ranran tried his best to persuade her. "The pavilion master and master have already checked several times, but there's still no result. What can you do if you go? Let's go back quickly, okay?" Lu Xiao's face was also filled with disapproval. "We agreed before that we would only take a look. Little junior sister, you can't go back on your word." Chu Luyue frowned slightly. She felt that the herb garden was very strange, so she wanted to get closer to take a look. However, these two people were blocking her way, so she really couldn't go over. However, at this moment, Chang Wanzhou, who had been standing silently by the side, suddenly walked over. Ah! Wanzhou! Yi Ranran and Lu Xiao were both shocked. They were so focused on stopping Chu Luyue that they forgot that there was another person. By the time they realized it, Chang Wanzhou was already in front of the herb garden. A rusty iron lock hung on the broken iron fence. Dark red bloodstains could be vaguely seen on it. One could only imagine what kind of desperate battle had taken place here. There used to be a special enchantment set up around the medicinal garden, but it was all gone now. The only remaining door, which was damaged, could not stop anyone. With a leap, Chang Wanzhou jumped right in. Lu Xiao and Yi Ranran's expressions froze. Chang Wanzhou actually went in. How were they going to explain this to the pavilion master and the rest? While the two of them were in a daze, Chu Luyue moved her feet and instantly broke out of their encirclement, rushing to the iron gate. Lu Yu! Don't! Before Yi Ranran could finish dissuading her, he saw Chu Luyue jump in as well. It's over. These two people actually went in. Yi Ranran's round face flushed red. What should we do? Lu Xiao gritted his teeth. Stay here and guard. I'll follow them in. Anyway, those two people had already gone in. It was useless to say anything else. Right now, the most important thing was to ensure the safety of those two people. Yi Ranran nodded nervously. At this point, this was the only way. Lu Xiao quickly followed. He stood in front of the door and gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to enter, Chu Luyue suddenly turned around. Senior brother Lu, don't come in. Lu Xiao had already taken a step forward, but when he heard this, he retracted his leg and almost lost his balance. What's wrong? Chu Luyue's expression was serious. The soil here is poisonous. What? Lu Xiao was even more worried when he heard that. Then hurry up and come out. Chu Luyue shook her head. Senior brother Lu, don't worry. This bit of poison is nothing to me and little Zhou. Wait for us outside first. Lu Xiao was dumbfounded. What do you mean, nothing? Didn't you say it was poisonous? He was still very worried. After thinking about it, he decided to go in. No, I can't watch you guys take the risk, senior brother Lu. If you come in, it will be considered a risk. Chu Luyue raised her eyebrows and said calmly. Lu Xiao looked at her calm expression and the uneasiness in his heart gradually calmed down. After thinking for a long time, he finally said, then I'll wait here first. If there's anything wrong, call me immediately. Chu Luyue nodded and turned to walk inside. The faint bitter aura that she smelled earlier was indeed coming from here. Moreover, it was indeed poisonous as she had expected. However, because it was already diluted in the air, it was very difficult to detect. Only after entering this place did he have a clearer feeling of it. The closer she got to the ground, the stronger the poison. Chang Wanzhou's body had accumulated cold evil qi for many years. Ordinary poison had no effect on him at all. When she was reborn, she had already used the opportunity to repair her Yuan meridian to improve her physique. Moreover, perhaps it was because of the power of the water droplet, the effect was much better than she had expected. Although it was not considered invulnerable to poison, it was more than enough to deal with such a situation. Unfortunately, she still couldn't identify what kind of poison it was. Chu Luyue walked in and searched the ground carefully, trying to find some clues. When she reached a certain place, she suddenly stopped in her tracks and bent down. At her feet, there was a withered creeping spirit ginseng. The roots of the withered and curled leaves were suffused with a faint red color. She wrapped her palm with origin power and formed a defensive barrier. Then, she carefully pulled out the creeping spirit ginseng and carefully examined it over and over again. Sure enough, there was a red line that was like a strand of hair from the root, spreading along the back of the leaf. If one did not look carefully, one would not be able to tell. What is this? Chu Luiyue frowned and muttered softly. Could it be that this red line caused the manling ginseng to wither? She walked to the side and pulled out another snowcloud vine. There was the same red line at the root. There's mest yuan gravel below. Chang Wanzhou suddenly said. Chu Luiyue looked up and asked curiously, "What did you say?" Chang Wanzhou pointed at the thing in her hand. That red line was nurtured by the mest yuan gravel. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 562. Chu Luiyue was even more puzzled. What is mest yuan gravel? Why had she never heard of it before? Chang Wanzhou took the manling ginseng from her hand. Be careful of the poison. Chu Luiyue was about to remind him to be careful when she saw Chang Wanzhou holding a silver needle in his hand. Then, he pierced the silver needle into the root of the manling ginseng and gently flicked it. Red sand slowly flowed out like water. However, before it could drip down, it quickly evaporated and turned into a faint red smoke that dissipated in the air. Chu Luiyue's eyes narrowed. So that was where the bitter smell in the air came from. Mest yuan gravel is extremely poisonous. Although it looks like sand, it can permeate anywhere like water. The reason why these herbs withered and were destroyed so quickly is because they absorbed this mest yuan gravel. Chang Wanzhou took the snow cloud vine and gently flicked the root. The same scene happened again. After losing the mest yuan gravel, the two herbs quickly shrank and curled into a ball. Chang Wanzhou pinched them with his fingertips and instantly turned them into powder. Chu Luiyue was dumbfounded. You mean, the herbs in this herb garden are all because of this so-called mest yuan gravel? Chang Wanzhou nodded. Mest yuan gravel is extremely mobile. Just a little bit can easily destroy a radius of dozens of miles. This herb garden was naturally not a problem. However, this mest yuan gravel is not that poisonous to people. As long as you don't come into contact with it personally, it won't affect you too much. Chu Luiyue looked at him with a complicated gaze. Why are you so familiar with this thing? This thing is very common in southern border. Chang Wanzhou clapped his hands, dispersing the powder as he said disapprovingly. Chu Luiyue nodded in understanding. No wonder, when she was the empress, she patrolled the 4 major territories in Tianling. Among the 4 territories, she only didn't go to southern border. It was because the environment there was terrible and dangerous. From the looks of it, the fact that Chang Wanzhou was able to walk out of there on his own was truly extraordinary. If we don't dig out the chaotic essence gravel as soon as possible, the whole mountain will fall into the enemy's hands in less than 3 years. Chang Wanzhou said lightly. Chu Luiyue was shocked. Chang Wanzhou is definitely not an alarmist. Then do you have any ideas? It would have been fine if she hadn't known, but now that she knew, she definitely couldn't watch as Qing Yuan Mountain was destroyed. Under Chu Luiyue's expectant gaze, Chang Wanzhou nodded. There is a way, but it's rather troublesome. The mixed yuan gravel seemed to have been buried here for more than a year. It was very likely that it had already seeped into various parts of the mountain. It will take a lot of effort to get rid of them completely. Chu Luiyue breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there was a way. What should I do? Chang Wanzhou paused for a moment. First of all, we have to pull out all the medicinal herbs in this medicinal garden and clean them one by one according to the method I used just now. Chu Luiyue's gaze froze. There were at least tens of thousands of withered medicinal herbs in this medicinal garden. If we really have to do it one by one like this, who knows how long it will take. Other than that, the other flowers and trees on this mountain are very likely to have absorbed it. Those will be more troublesome to deal with. Chu Luiyue's scalp went numb. Instead of that, it was better to just give up on Qing Yuan Mountain. Is there no other way? Chu Luyue held her forehead with a headache. Chang Wanzhou pursed his lips. Yes. Digression, I hope that everything will go smoothly for the college entrance examination. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 563. Under Mu Qinghe's strange gaze, Rong Xiu's eyelids twitched. After a long while, he spoke. It seems like Vice Admiral Mu is quite concerned about you, Mu Qinghe also felt that she couldn't continue the conversation. Since Rong Xiu didn't know these things, it was pointless to ask. It was better for him to check it out himself. After all, this vice general was the one who brought Chu Luyue to Xiling. This is what I should do. He stood up and prepared to leave. It's getting late. I won't disturb Prince Li's rest. Just as he was about to leave, Rong Xiu suddenly said, Vice Admiral Mu, please wait. Mu Qinghe stood still and looked at him strangely. Rong Xiu smiled, and his expression seemed to have returned to normal. This prince has something that I would like to ask Vice Admiral Mu for help with. Imperial Palace, Huayang Palace. Chu Luyue walked slowly in the backyard. Chani stood at the side and watched. She couldn't help but feel puzzled. Chu Luyue seemed to be especially fond of these flowers and had been looking at them for a while. There was a thin layer of snow on her head and body. However, she didn't seem to notice it. She walked step by step, as if she had completely thrown everything else to the back of her mind. These flowers, are they that beautiful? Chani was full of doubts, but seeing that Chu Luyue didn't do anything else, she could only suppress her suspicions. Footsteps came from afar. Chani turned around and immediately bowed respectfully. Your Highness, Third Princess. Sheng Wanwan walked over. The maidservant behind her held an umbrella for her. Her gaze landed directly on Chu Luyue. White snow drifted down, contrasting with the blooming flowers. A slender woman in red stood among them. She was like a burning ball of fire. Her face without any makeup was beautiful and seemed to blend into the snow and flowers. It was especially moving. Sheng Wanwan slowly clenched her fists in her sleeves. In this world, there was a kind of person who would become the most beautiful scenery wherever they stood. All the light and color seemed to converge on that one person. This was a kind of spiritual charm that transcended the beauty of facial features. It was hard to describe, extremely rare, and extremely beautiful. She could definitely be considered a beauty herself. But it still felt like something was missing. In her memory, there was only one person who had such an aura. Sheng Wanyu. However, even though Chu Luyue came from an ordinary background, there was a faint air of nobility about him. Sheng Wanwan felt even more uncomfortable. Hearing the voice, Chu Luyue turned around and bowed. Sheng Wanwan asked with a smile. It's snowing outside. Why is Miss Chu here to admire the flowers? Because I have never seen 100 flowers bloom at this time of the year, I was curious, so I stayed here to watch for a long time. I'm sure you can only see such scenery here. As Chu Luyue spoke, a hint of envy appeared on her face. Sheng Wanwan didn't think much of it, but she put on an apologetic expression. Just now, Lord Zhuo said that Imperial Father's health has improved over the past 2 days, so this princess will personally take care of him. I'm afraid that I won't be able to keep Miss Chu here today. Chu Luyue understood in her heart. Third Princess, if you have something to do, please go ahead. I won't disturb you any longer. Sheng Wanwan nodded. This princess obtained a few new medicinal herbs recently. They are all rare treasures. Unfortunately, this princess isn't a celestial physician and has no use for them. Why don't I give them to Miss Chu? As she spoke, she raised her hand. The palace maids behind her immediately stepped forward and presented 3 boxes. Chu Luyue hesitated for a moment, then accepted them. Thank you, third princess. After that, the two of them chatted for a while before Shengguanwan left. Chani was in charge of escorting Chu Luyue out of the palace. Chu Luyue left the palace and walked alone on the streets. Earlier, when she was in the back garden of Huayang Palace, she appeared to be admiring the flowers, but in reality, she was measuring the location of the ditch step by step. The ditch was very close to the ground. Just by standing there and paying close attention, she could sense the sound of the water flowing below and the direction it was flowing in. Right now, she had already sketched out the outline of the ditch in her mind. If she guessed correctly, the water in the ditch was drawn from Jade Spring Mountain and flowing toward. Suddenly, Chu Luyue stopped in her tracks, a hint of surprise flashing through her eyes. The water in the ditch seemed to be flowing toward the Imperial Ancestral Hall. One had to know that the Imperial Ancestral Hall was the most sacred and important hall in the palace. Both inside and outside the hall, besides the guards, there was also a meticulously set-up profound formation. That place had been built when the Taizu were still around. Every brick, stone, grass, and tree had been carefully crafted and couldn't be damaged easily. Yet, Shengguanwan had actually dug the ditch there? Chu Luyue frowned. What was Shengguanwan trying to do by doing this? Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps came from behind her. Hurry up! Hurry up! Eldest young master has summoned us. Why aren't you hurrying up? Chu Luyue turned around and saw a man urging her with an urgent expression. Behind him, there were 4 men. These people looked to be in their 20s, but their faces were somewhat haggard. Hearing the man's urging, one of them couldn't help but say, "We want to hurry up too. But eldest young master summoned us so urgently that we didn't even have time to pack." "That's right. He hasn't summoned us for a year. Who knew that he would suddenly summon us today? Isn't this too sudden? With our current state, we can't hurry up. We still have to bring little 4. Chu Luyue quickly sized up the few of them and squinted her eyes. These people were all crippled. 2 of them were one-armed, the other was one-legged, and the man called Little 4 had deeply sunken eyelids. He seemed to be blind. Even the man who shouted had 2 scars on his face, which directly ruined his face. He looked very terrifying. The scar-faced man's frown deepened. He looked even more ferocious and bloody. If you don't want to live anymore, just continue to drag it out like this. They all fell silent and tried to speed up as much as possible. Chu Luyue took a few steps back and made way. They hurried past her. It was snowing now, and there were fewer people on the street. These people walked forward and gradually went away. Chu Luyue wanted to leave, but she heard one of them speak. "What's the difference between us and death now? If I knew that place was so dangerous, I wouldn't have followed eldest young master a year ago. Now that my arm is broken, I can't cultivate anymore. I'm just a useless person." His voice was very soft, but Chu Luyue heard it clearly. The other people seemed to be touched and fell silent. Chu Luyue frowned slightly. Eldest young master, a year ago, a dangerous place. Could it be that the eldest young master these people were talking about was Jiang Yucheng? The place they were going to now was the Jiang Mansion? An idea popped up in Chu Luyue's mind as she quietly followed him. Digression, Con, go offline. Update together at 7 p.m. The rest of the mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from AI Network. Chapter 564. Lu Xiao thought that she had already decided who she wanted to acknowledge as her master, so he said excitedly, "Okay, okay. I'll go with you." Yi Ranran also walked over. He glanced at the 2 of them nervously and patted his chest. "You scared me to death. Lu Yu, Wanzhou, you're too bold." Fortunately, nothing happened this time. "Don't go in casually again. Chu Luiyue raised her eyebrows slightly. Indeed, she wouldn't go in, casually. The next time she came, she would probably deal with all the trouble here. After making sure that the two of them were fine, they went back together. When they returned to Zhengfeng Hall, where Yuqi Song was, Chu Luiyue went in alone with Chang Wanzhou. Elder Xiaoyi seemed to be busy with something else, so Yuqi Song was the only one left in the hall. Upon seeing the two of them, Yuqi Song smiled and said, "How do you feel? Have you made up your mind?" Chu Luiyue nodded. "Both little Zhou and I want to acknowledge you as our master." Weiqi Song was both pleasantly surprised and shocked. Both of them were extremely outstanding, so he valued and liked them very much. Of course, he was happy that they were willing to acknowledge him as their master. However, at the same time, he had his own concerns. "Have you made up your mind?" "Actually, Elder Xiaoyi's current strength is stronger than mine," Yuqi Song said frankly. Chu Luiyue looked determined. "We've already made up our mind. Otherwise, we wouldn't have chosen Chongshu Pavilion." Yuqi Song was filled with many emotions. Okay. Since you're willing to acknowledge me as your master, I'll definitely teach you everything I know. I'll tell Xiaoyi later and ask him to prepare the ceremony. There's no need to go through so much trouble." Chu Luiyue said, "Pavilion Master, the ceremony is for outsiders to see. It's not important. What's important is that little Zhou and I have already acknowledged you." As he spoke, Chu Luiyue suddenly took a step back. Then, he knelt on the ground and solemnly kowtowed. Yuqi Song was stunned and hurriedly helped her up. "What are you doing?" "Pavilion Master, if you don't mind, from today onwards, I will be your disciple." Yuqi Song's hand froze in mid-air. The young girl kneeling in front of him had an incomparably serious expression on her face. There seemed to be a faint light floating in her pair of black glass-like eyes. His heart felt like it had been hit hard by something, and even his eyes started to sting. Chu Luiyue's lips curved up slightly. "Kowtow." He kowtowed again. Chu Luiyue solemnly completed the apprenticeship ceremony. "Get up! Get up!" Yuqi Song suppressed the excitement in his heart. Chu Luiyue stood up. "Disciple Chu Luiyue greets Master." Yuqi Song didn't know what to say. Since the sneak attack on the Chongshu Pavilion and the accidental death of his only son, Yuqi Lang, he had been depressed. If it weren't for the fear of ruining the Chongshu Pavilion in his hands and the fear that his disciples would be bullied when they went out, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on. Chang Wanzhou also followed the same process to become a disciple. Yuqi Song's voice was a little trembling. "Good children. You are all good children. Now, the Chongshu Pavilion is no longer the same as before, and I have nothing to give you. Only this." As he spoke, he slowly and carefully took out 2 golden whistles from the ring of cosmos. "There is a trace of my power on these whistles. As long as you blow them, no matter where you are, I will immediately come to you," Yuqi Song said as he handed over the whistles. There was deep nostalgia and pain in his eyes. "These whistles. I made them myself. I planned to give them to Lang Lang and little Yueya. But they don't need them now, so I will give them to you." Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat. Making these things consumed a lot of force and spirit, and it might take a long time for them to recover. Yuqi Song actually made 2 of them. And just now, he said that one was for Yuqi Lang, and the other, "Master, who did you say this is for?" Chu Luiyue asked in an extremely soft voice. Yuqi Song smiled bitterly. "Look at me, I always call her little Yueya, and I'm used to it. In fact, she is the former princess of the Tianling dynasty. Now that she is no longer here, you may not have heard of her, so it's normal that you don't know her." He rubbed the whistle in his hand. "In fact, she can be considered as half of my disciple. Originally, I had planned to give this to her on her wedding day. Unexpectedly, she didn't get it. And I won't have such a chance anymore. Chu Liuyue's mind was blank, and her body was stiff as she took the whistle. She rubbed her fingers and seemed to engrave something. She turned the whistle over. There was indeed a small word, "you," engraved on it. Chang Wanzhou, who was beside her, took the other whistle. He turned his head and saw that Chu Liuyue's reaction seemed to be a little abnormal, so he casually glanced at it. When he looked, he saw the words on it. He was stunned for a moment. She is also called Yu? Yu Qi-song nodded. Yes. That is little Yue's name. Coincidentally, Lu Yu's name also has the word Yu. This is probably a kind of fate? Lu Yu, you don't mind, do you? Chu Luyue took a deep breath and looked up with a bright smile. How can that be? This is a gift from Master, so it is naturally extremely precious. If she knows that you treat her so well, she will definitely be very happy. Yu Qi-song sighed. I hope so. Chu Luyue suppressed the waves in her heart and carefully put away the whistle. On the other hand, Chang Wanzhou, who was at the side, was stunned. Then, he looked at Yu Qi-song and asked. Master, has the little Yue you mentioned been to Nanjiang before? Yu Qi-song thought for a moment and shook her head. Nanjiang is dangerous and desolate. She probably hasn't been there before. A hint of disappointment flashed across Chang Wanzhou's face. Chu Luyue sighed softly in her heart. This child, she really didn't know how long she would be searching in such a daze. Chu Luyue sorted out her thoughts in her mind and said, Master, actually, little Zhou and I have something to discuss with you today. The medicinal garden before Chongshu Pavilion, the soil there is poisonous. You should know that, right? Yu Qi-song's expression changed slightly. You went there? Chu Luyue immediately said, Don't be angry. Don't be angry, and don't worry. Let me finish. Little Zhou and I found that something was wrong there today, so we went to check it out. You even went in? Yu Qi-song really couldn't calm down this time. The guts of these two people were too big. Chu Luyue coughed. Master, we're all fine. Aren't we fine? Moreover, we found that there's something under there. Have you heard of mixed yuan gravel? Yu Qi-song frowned. Mixed yuan gravel? What's that? Chu Luyue then briefly explained the matter. Yu Qi-song's expression changed several times. When Chu Luyue proposed to use herself as bait, Yu Qi-song finally couldn't help but stand up and say in a deep voice, I don't agree. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 565. This was too dangerous. How could he let Chu Luyue do it? You're only a rank 4 warrior now. How can you take such a big risk? Even if someone has to do it, it should be me. He was the pavilion master of the Chongshu Pavilion. No one should do this more than him. Chu Luyue shook her head, Master, I'm sure you know best what your body is like. Yu Qi-song frowned, but it definitely can't be you. In this world, how could he let a disciple he had just acknowledged do such a thing? If you can't find a suitable person, then find another way. In short, I will never agree to this. Chu Luyue had expected him to have such a reaction. In fact, she didn't intend to tell Yu Qi-song, but this was the Chongshu Pavilion after all. No movement could escape Yu Qi-song's eyes. Instead of being in a mess, it was better to make things clear now. She stood quietly at the side and waited for Yu Qi-song to finish speaking before explaining unhurriedly, Master, this is the only feasible way at the moment. If it isn't resolved as soon as possible, the entire Qingyuan mountain will be completely destroyed. Can you bear to? The Chongshu Pavilion had existed for hundreds of years. It had been built on Qingyuan mountain since its establishment. If they had to abandon Qingyuan Mountain, it would be a big blow to the people of the Chongshu Pavilion. It wasn't easy for you to protect the Chongshu Pavilion. Can you really bear to watch all of this happen? Yu Qi-song closed his eyes in pain. Of course I can't bear to. As long as I can protect the Chongshu Pavilion, I won't hesitate even if I have to risk my life. Lu Yu, it can't be you. It can't be you. Master, I have absolute confidence that I can ensure success. That's why I rushed over to discuss this matter with you. Chu Luiyue said word by word. Yu Qi-song frowned and looked at Chu Luiyue. The girl in front of him still had a hint of youthfulness in her eyes. However, her expression was incomparably calm, and her black jade-like eyes were calm. She was so confident and certain. Anyone who saw her expression would probably be convinced by her. Yu Qi-song closed his eyes and finally took a deep breath. He stared at Chu Luiyue's eyes seriously. Lu Yu, I'm grateful that you want to do this. But if this will threaten you, I will definitely not agree. Unless, you can prove that you can do this. He wanted her to hand over her trump card and prove her strength. Of course, Wei Qi-song knew that Chu Luiyue's abilities weren't what they seemed on the surface. The fact that she was able to get first place in the Wanzheng competition already. However, this matter was too big, he didn't dare take the risk. Chu Luiyue blinked, and her lips curved up slightly. The room was silent. Chu Luiyue stood there quietly and gently closed her eyes. The next moment, a vigorous force surged out of her body. A suppressive force spread out. Early stage, fourth stage. Yu Qi-song stared at Chu Luiyue. He wanted to see where her confidence came from. Martial technique? Yuan instrument? Or something else? However, he soon realized that Chu Luiyue's aura was actually rising. In just a few breaths, she had already reached mid-stage, fourth stage. Yu Qi-song's eyes widened slightly. Could it be that Chu Luiyue had been hiding her true strength? Her realm had actually long surpassed early stage, fourth stage, no. Her aura was actually still growing. Peak fourth stage. Yu Qi-song's lips moved. She. What realm is she at? This question was directed at Chang Wanzhou, who was standing next to him. Chang Wanzhou answered honestly. I don't know either. He really didn't know. In short, Chu Luiyue was stronger than him. Soon, under Yu Qi-song's shocked gaze, Chu Luiyue's suppressive force had surpassed that of a fifth-stage warrior. However, what made Yu Qi-song feel even more incredulous was that Chu Luiyue had no intention of stopping. Then, middle stage, fifth stage. Peak fifth stage. Sixth stage. Yu Qi-song finally couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. However, Chu Luiyue was still continuing. Middle stage, sixth stage. Peak sixth stage. Yu Qi-song finally reacted at this time. He raised his hand and set up a barrier in the room. If this movement were to spread, who knew how big of a commotion it would cause? Chu Luiyue's eyebrows moved slightly. The force in the water droplets surged out again. Bang! Seventh stage. At this point, the aura on Chu Luiyue's body finally stopped rising crazily. When he saw Chu Luiyue open his eyes, Yu Qi-song inexplicably heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Yu Qi-song, who had seen countless storms in his life, was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. Chu Luiyue smiled. Master, do you still want to continue? Yu Qi-song's heart, which had just been relieved, was suspended again. Still continue. Chu Luiyue nodded seriously. Yes. If you think this isn't enough to prove my strength, then, enough. Enough. Yu Qi-song's eyelids twitched violently. His previous suspicions had already vanished. However, the doubts in his heart suddenly rose. Chu Luiyue. How did he do it? You You hid your true realm, Yuchi Song spoke with difficulty. Wasn't Chu Luiyue less than 15 years old this year? How could he already be a 7th stage warrior? Don't misunderstand, I'm not a 7th stage warrior, it's just that there's this level of power in my body. Chu Luiyue chose a more tactful explanation. Yuchi Song was silent for a while, looked at Chu Luiyue with a complicated gaze, and finally said, I promise you. Chu Luiyue was overjoyed, and only then did he retract the aura around him. The surging force surged back into the water droplets floating quietly in his dantian. However, this force couldn't even cause a ripple in the water droplets. Like raindrops falling into the sea, it disappeared silently. After all the force returned, Chu Luiyue also heaved a sigh of relief. This was actually just the power stored in the water droplets, and it didn't belong to him. Fortunately, as his strength increased, his control over the water droplets also began to gradually increase. Now, it was still possible for him to use some of the power to help him fill up the stage. Weiqi Song stared at her solemnly for a long while before he seemed to have finally understood something. In that case, you can borrow the force of another powerhouse? Chu Luiyue was stunned. Another powerhouse? Did Yuchi Song think that I have the power of another powerhouse? She wanted to explain, but on second thought, this explanation sounded more reasonable. Thus, she thought for a moment and nodded. Yes. Yuchi Song suddenly understood. As expected. Perhaps she also relied on this mysterious and powerful force to win first place in the Tianling God realm previously. But no matter what, he felt much more at ease. That's good, Chu Luiyue knew that he agreed, and her eyes curved. Suddenly, a teasing voice sounded in her heart. Girl, I can indeed lend you my power. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 566. Taizu? Chu Luiyue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why did Taizu come to join in the fun at this time? Don't joke with me. Shengguan Jing said seriously. I'm not joking. Although I'm just a remnant of my will now, I still have the strength to help you. Chu Luiyue's heart warmed. Then I'll thank you in advance. Although there might not be a chance, it was worth it with Taizu's words. What's there to thank me for? I've been in the Tianling divine realm for thousands of years and I'm already tired of it. If I didn't meet you, I wouldn't have the chance to come out again. And for some reason, my strength seems to have become stronger during this period of time. Shengguan Jing said curiously. Chu Luiyue was also very surprised. Aren't you just a will? How did you become stronger? I don't know either. Shengguan Jing was also very puzzled. However, this was still a good thing, so he couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. It didn't seem like a bad idea to accompany this girl around. Chu Luiyue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After thinking for a while, he put this matter to the back of his mind and began to discuss the matter of the messed yuan gravel with Yuchi Song and Chang Wanzhou. Peerless Palace. Inside and outside the magnificent palace, corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. The smell of blood soared into the sky, almost suffocating. Many heavily armored soldiers had already surrounded the entire main hall of the Peerless Palace. In the middle stood the Peerless Palace's palace master, Zhang Yufang. Behind him stood about 100 people. Each and every one of them were more or less injured. They appeared to be in a very miserable state. At this moment, their gazes were all on the man in front of them. He was dressed in black and wore a cloak. The biting cold wind swept past, rolling up the corners of his clothes. He was solemn and dignified. His deep eyes were like thousand-year-old ice that was filled with thick killing intent. It was daunting. Rong Xiu. What did our Peerless Palace do wrong? Why do you want to kill us all? Zhang Yufang's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Rong Xiu, the man who had mercilessly destroyed the entire peerless palace. Rong Xiu's expression was calm, but his eyes were cold. Others may not know what he did wrong, but Zhang Yufang, don't tell me you don't know? Do you think you can kill I after leaving heaven's canopy? His thin lips curled up slightly, his eyes filled with disdain. Aren't you guys overestimating yourselves? His tone was very calm, and the way he looked at Zhang Yufang and the others was as cold and indifferent as if he was looking at ants. Zhang Yufang's hatred grew. Rong Xiu did not even put the peerless palace in his eyes. This kind of gaze made him feel as if he was a clown. If he could, he would rush up and kill Rong Xiu. But no. If it was outside heaven's canopy, Rong Xiu's realm was suppressed and he was alone, he might have some hope. And now, they would be the ones to die. Zhang Yufang's heart was filled with regret. If he had sent more people, Rong Xiu might have been killed long ago, and today's disaster would not have happened. Zhang Yufang took a deep breath and said, Rong Xiu, you are so cruel and ruthless, aren't you afraid of being punished by the other tribes? Previously, it was because he knew Rong Xiu would have such concerns that he dared to test Rong Xiu's bottom line again and again. There were a few times when he even threatened Rong Xiu's life, but he had been enduring. What was going on this time? Rong Xiu's lips curled up slightly, but the smile did not reach his eyes. I have given you enough chances. Besides, I haven't been back for a while, and I need a chance to set the rules. Your peerless palace has taken the initiative to come to I's door, and solved my problem. Previously, he had been holding back. On the one hand, he was still preparing, and on the other hand, he deliberately drew out these people in the dark. Now that everything was ready, there was nothing to worry about. This knife had to be deep enough, and ruthless enough. Zhang Yufang suddenly realized that Rong Xiu was clearly killing the chicken to warn the monkey. And they just so happened to become the sacrificial lambs. Why would he be worried about the criticism or even impeachment of the other tribes? This was what he had been waiting for. What recuperation, what showing weakness. From the beginning to the end, it was just a setup. Rong Xiu raised his sword, the sword fell. Zhang Yufang's heart was filled with deep despair. The soldiers who had been waiting for a long time immediately rushed up. Soon, it became a complete one-sided massacre. Rong Xiu looked down at this scene from above, his expression calm and his eyes indifferent. All kinds of screams and sounds of fighting rang out, but gradually died down. At this moment, a clear bird's cry suddenly rang out. Yan Qing raised his hand, and the bird landed on his arm. Standing close to it, one could tell that this was not a real magical beast, but a finely crafted sparrow. At first glance, it looked lifelike, no different from an ordinary bird. Yan Qing lightly knocked on the bird's head. It opened its mouth and spat out a small ball. Yan Qing looked at Rong Xiu and respectfully handed over the small ball. Your Highness, it's news from the West Hill. Previously, Your Highness had already said that all news from the West Hill should be handed over to him. Although this news came a little suddenly, Yan Qing still obeyed the order. Rong Xiu raised his hand, and the small ball flew into his palm. Long Xiu's fair fingers gently crushed it, and it turned into powder. The powder quickly condensed in the air, and a few lines of words were pieced together. Rong Xiu's gaze swept over the few lines of words, and his sword-like eyebrows raised slightly. Yan Qing and Umo were standing at the side, and suddenly felt that their highnesses' aura suddenly turned cold. The two immediately looked at each other. The news from the West Hill should be related to that person. But shouldn't His Highness be happy? Why was it that? Umo quickly glanced at the few lines of words. What? Whose money? Rong Xiu waved his finger, and the words silently disappeared. He glanced at Umo indifferently. Umo's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly lowered his head. He really only saw those few words. Why was His Highness so murderous? It was even more intense than when he ordered the people of the unparalleled palace to be killed. This. What was going on? Umo Rongxiu said indifferently. Yes, Your Highness. Umo hurriedly replied. I'll leave Zhang Yufang to you. Umo was shocked. Zhang Yufang was the palace master of the unparalleled palace, and his strength was extraordinary. At most, he could barely fight him to a draw, but His Highness said. Leave it to him. This was not so simple. Your Highness, Umo was about to open his mouth to beg for mercy, but he immediately sensed His Highness's cold gaze, and he immediately shut his mouth. Yan Qing looked at him without sympathy. Serves him right. If he knew it was news from the West Hill, he would have dared to court death. If not him, who would he punish? But what exactly was the news that provoked His Highness to this extent? Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 567. Yan Qing. Yes, Your Highness. Go to the West Hill and give this to her, said Rongxiu as he took out a silver cosmic ring. Yan Qing took it with both hands and asked hesitantly, You mean, now? Now, said Rongxiu simply, and his voice was cold. A wave of coldness suddenly swept over. Yan Qing immediately bowed respectfully. Yes, Your Highness. After that, she immediately turned and left. Umo was stunned. He left just like that? What was the matter that made him so anxious? Also, what was he going to do now that Yan Qing was gone? Umo Rongxiu glanced at him indifferently. Umo tensed up. Yes, Your Highness. You can go back when you finish off Zhang Yufang. Umo blacked out. Your Highness, he struggled on his deathbed, wanting to save himself one last time. Rongxiu asked faintly. I'll go now. Umo charged into the chaotic battlefield as though he was facing death. Although it was a little difficult, Zhang Yufang was already injured and should be easier to deal with now. Moreover, there were so many soldiers around. Everyone, back off. Make room for Lord Yu. Rongxiu said lightly. Yes, Your Highness. The soldiers were well trained and obeyed orders. As soon as they responded to the command, they retreated in unison. Zhang Yufang, who was in the middle of killing, suddenly appeared in Umo's sight. The corner of Umo's eyes twitched. He regretted it so much. He shouldn't have looked at him like that. What terrible thing had happened in the West Hill? Chongshu Pavilion. The sun was shining brightly and there were no clouds for thousands of miles. Chu Luyue and the others came to the old herb garden again. So, Master, you still don't know who broke into the Chongshu Pavilion that day? Along the way, Chu Luyue obtained a lot of information from Yuqi Song. Although he had heard Lu Xiao mention it before, he was not at the Chongshu Pavilion that day. It was more convenient and accurate to ask Yuqi Song about these things. Sure enough, Chu Luyue discovered many details that Lu Xiao hadn't mentioned before. Those people are very powerful, and all of them are wearing masks and black robes. They came at night, so I didn't see anything clearly. Although more than a year had passed, Yuqi Song could still recall the scene vividly. Everything that happened that day was deeply engraved in his mind, becoming the deepest and most painful scar that could not be erased. The other party came prepared and caught us off guard. They didn't even have time to protect the lives of the elders and disciples in the pavilion, let alone the medicinal garden. When we came back after everything was over, the guards were all dead. Yuqi Song's seemingly calm face trembled slightly. At that time, we saw that many medicinal herbs in the medicinal garden were damaged. We wanted to check it out, but because of the heavy casualties in the pavilion, we didn't pay attention to it for a while. Who knew? Who knew that the next day, the remaining medicinal herbs had all withered? A month later, the medicinal garden was already in ruins. At that time, we sent people to continue planting medicinal herbs, only to find that the soil of the medicinal garden could no longer grow any useful medicinal herbs. But by then, it was too late. Chu Luiyue listened seriously while thinking silently in his heart. Since this messed yuan gravel is something from Nanjiang, then only those who have been to Nanjiang can have this thing. Master, do you know who in the Tianling dynasty has been to Nanjiang in recent years? Yuqi Song paused for a while before saying, Jiang Yucheng has been there. Digression, you have to get the ideal results for the college entrance examination. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 568. He had been there. Chu Luiyue was very surprised. When? Yuqi Song narrowed his eyes and recalled for a while before saying, it was probably after little Yueya was gone. At that time, everyone said that little Yueya was possessed by the devil. He heard that there was a medicine in Nanjiang that could bring people back to life, so he brought people there, but he couldn't find it after that. Instead, most of the people he brought there were killed. After that, Jiang Yucheng recuperated for a long time. He didn't even go to little Yueya's funeral. Chu Luiyue widened her eyes slightly. Funeral? How was that possible? At that time, her Tianjing Yuan meridian had been damaged and her entire body had been destroyed and completely dissipated. How could she still, yes. Originally, according to little Yueya's identity, it should have been a grand funeral. However, because the name of Qi deviation was really unpleasant, it was just an ordinary funeral for a princess. Chu Luiyue only felt that it was ridiculous and ridiculous. Those people tried to force her into a dead end, but in the end, they didn't forget to hold a funeral for her. That's right. Of course they had to do that. Only in this way could they be cleared of suspicion. And the so-called, in order to save her, he went to Nanjiang without hesitation. Jiang Yucheng was actually a complete actor. He obviously went to Nanjiang for other reasons. He was just using her as a cover. However, in the eyes of others, they might still think that he was extremely infatuated. Deep hatred surged out from the bottom of her heart. It almost caused her chest to explode. The fists in her sleeves were already clenched so tightly that her bones were almost crushed. Jiang Yucheng. You're really good. Seeing that Chu Luiyue lowered her head and didn't move, Yuqi Song asked with concern, Chu Luiyue, are you okay? Chu Luiyue closed her eyes. When she raised her head again, her expression had returned to normal. She smiled faintly and said, nothing. I was just thinking. What kind of heavenly treasure is it? It's so magical that it can actually attract eldest young Master Jiang to go there regardless of his life. As she spoke, she looked at Chang Wanzhou. Little boat, you grew up in southern border. Have you ever heard of such a thing? Chang Wanzhou shook his head. No. Yuqi Song pondered for a moment and said, actually, I have always had my suspicions about this matter. However, I have never had any evidence. Now, it seems that he went to the southern border not for Little Crescent, but for something else. If the messed yuan gravel was really brought back by him, Yuqi Song suddenly thought of something. He frowned and stopped. Chu Luiyue took a step forward. Master, I haven't been in West Hill for long, but I've heard a lot about the Chongshu Pavilion. I want to ask you a question. Is there someone secretly targeting the Chongshu Pavilion? Yuqi Song's face seemed to have aged several years in an instant. He slowly sighed and smiled bitterly. You're so smart. It's normal for you to guess. That's right. Since that incident more than a year ago, someone has indeed been targeting our Chongshu Pavilion. They've been making things difficult for us both openly and secretly. You dismissed many disciples in the sect because of this? Yuqi Song nodded stiffly. A hint of bitterness flashed across his face. Before this, he had never imagined that he would be forced to such a state. Chu Luyue paused and asked in a low voice, "That person is the third Princess Shangwanwan?" Yuqi Song suddenly looked at Chu Luyue and asked in surprise, "How did you?" "No, it's not her." Yuqi Song began to deny it, but his previous reaction had already proved that Chu Luyue's guess was correct. Chu Luyue frowned. Why would she do this? Was it just because Yuqi Song was half her master and had a close relationship with her? But if that was the case, Shangwanwan had too many people to deal with. Shangwanwan would be exhausted if she dealt with them one by one. Moreover, the Chongshu Pavilion was at its peak at that time. It was not easy to deal with them. It would take a lot of manpower and resources. Speaking of which, it was simply a thankless task. Shangwanwan would only do this if she was out of her mind. Yuqi Song refused to answer Chu Luyue's question. "Lu Yu, this has nothing to do with you. Don't continue to guess, and don't get involved in this matter. I'm already a disciple of the Chongshu Pavilion. How can it have nothing to do with me? She doesn't only want to harm you, but also the entire Chongshu Pavilion. Lu Yu, Master is begging you." Yuqi Song's eyes flashed with a hint of pain and struggle as he said in a deep voice. Chu Luyue suddenly paused. After a moment, she finally nodded. "Okay." Yuqi Song let out a long sigh. Of course, he knew that Chu Luyue was doing this for him, and also for the entire Chongshu Pavilion. However, this matter involved too many people and was full of danger. He really didn't want to drag these two children down with him. The room fell into a short silence. Chang Wanzhou suddenly said, "Those who have used the messed yuan gravel will leave traces on their bodies." Chu Luyue and Yuqi Song looked over at the same time. "What did you say?" Chang Wanzhou raised his hand. "If you want to use the messed yuan gravel, you need to use fresh blood as a primer. The person who acted as the primer would leave a very faint red line from the palm to the wrist." Chu Luyue's eyes lit up. "So, as long as we find a way to see Jiang Yucheng's hand, we can confirm whether he did it or not?" "Yes." Yuqi Song was delighted at first, but then he frowned and said, "This method is simple, but it's also troublesome. Jiang Yucheng is now in a high position and has guards around him. It's not so easy to get close to him. Besides, even if he's really the mastermind behind this, he might not do it himself. This messed yuan gravel needed fresh blood as a primer and could devour the force in a person's body. It was extremely strange. Jiang Yucheng could have just sent a subordinate to do it. Why did he have to do it himself?" Chang Wanzhou said, "If this matter involves him, then he must have done it himself." Chu Luyue immediately asked, "Why?" "Because only in this way can he completely control the situation of the messed yuan gravel. And more importantly, a part of the devouring power of the messed yuan gravel will enter his body and improve his cultivation." Chu Luyue's pupils constricted slightly. It turned out that the messed yuan gravel had such a function. This kind of behavior was really sinister and despicable. However, it really seemed like something Jiang Yucheng would do. Chu Luyue knew him too well. In the past, his talent was not as good as hers. Although he didn't say it on the surface, he had always been very concerned about this matter in his heart. Although he was already considered a top genius compared to most people, he was still not satisfied. He was very diligent on the path of cultivation. In order to improve his strength, he could almost be considered crazy. Now that there was such a way, he might not give it a try. Chu Luyue said firmly, "In any case, he has been to Nanjiang, so there's this possibility. Whether he did it or not, we'll know once we investigate." Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 569. Tianling Palace. Jiang Yucheng hurriedly came to Huayang Palace. When the palace servants saw him, they all bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Prince Consort. Jiang Yucheng asked in a low voice, "Where's the third princess?" A palace servant said, "The third princess just rested in the side palace." When Jiang Yucheng heard this, he immediately went to the side palace. A few palace servants immediately went forward to stop him. "Prince Consort, the third princess hasn't been sleeping well these few days, and she finally fell asleep with much difficulty. Why don't you wait first?" Jiang Yucheng's gaze turned cold. "I have something to discuss with the third princess. If it's delayed, can you bear the responsibility?" The few palace servants were shocked and looked at each other. "Miss Chan Yi instructed us to stop anyone who comes to see the princess, but this person is the prince consort after all." Jiang Yucheng walked forward. When he was about to reach the door, Chan Yi, who was standing in front of the door, bowed. "Prince consort, the third princess is currently taking a nap. Please wait for a while." Jiang Yucheng sneered. "I'm the third princess's prince consort. Do I have to listen to a palace servant like you about whether I can see the third princess?" Chan Yi knew that he was really angry, so she immediately knelt down. "I don't dare. But the third princess, I'll take responsibility for anything." As he spoke, Jiang Yucheng had already walked around her, walked to the door, and pushed it open with one hand. Chan Yi looked on nervously. Jiang Yucheng glanced at her coldly and pushed the door open. He directly walked in and went behind the screen to see Shengguan sleeping on the small couch. Hearing the commotion, she knitted her brows and opened her eyes. "Yucheng? Why are you here?" She looked tired, and there were 2 dark circles under her eyes. It was obvious that she hadn't rested well recently. When she realized that Jiang Yucheng actually barged in himself, anger flashed across her face. "Chan Yi. What did this consort tell you?" Chan Yi looked down. "I didn't do my job well. Third princess, please punish me." Jiang Yucheng walked over. "Don't blame her. I was too worried about you, so I insisted on coming in. You know that they don't dare to stop me." Shengguan expression eased a little. "Go kneel outside for 4 hours." "Yes." Chan Yi agreed and obediently knelt down. Jiang Yucheng sat down next to Shengguan and tidied up her messy hair. "Haven't you been sleeping well these past few days? Why don't you light some nerve-soothing incense?" Shengguan lay back down. "Yes, but it's useless." She hesitated for a moment before whispering, "I don't know why, but I've been feeling uneasy lately. Sometimes, I even have nightmares." Jiang Yucheng comforted her for a while. Shengguan took the initiative to ask, "By the way, why are you here today?" Jiang Yucheng's eyes flickered. "I have some free time today, so I thought I'd come and see you. Also, I heard that you summoned Yang Qin to the palace the other day." Shengguan curled her lips without a smile. He was indeed here for this. "That's right." Jiang Yucheng saw her calm expression and didn't know how to ask. After deliberating for a while, he said, "You haven't let her go yet, right?" The smile on Shengguan's face deepened. "That's right. I looked for her and told her that everything is fine in the Tianling God realm, and the Long Yuan sword is still there. What she said previously was all fake." Jiang Yucheng had already guessed this outcome, so he wasn't surprised. "Isn't this the best outcome? As for Yang Qin, it's indeed wrong for her to deceive you and me, but I think she just misunderstood and didn't do it on purpose. After all, no one would joke about their own life, right? Just punish her slightly and let her go." Shengguan laughed. "What are you worried about? I saw that her attitude of admitting her mistake wasn't bad, so I didn't pursue the matter further and let her stay in the palace for 2 more days." "Why? Is there something wrong?" Jiang Yucheng's expression finally turned cold. You're too impulsive. It's true that she has a Daijing Yuan meridian, but we already agreed not to act rashly. How can you detain her in the palace?" Do you think I don't know what you're planning to do? Sheng Wanwan looked at him coldly with a mocking gaze. You came here just to tell this consort these things? Seeing her stubborn attitude, Jiang Yucheng got even angrier and stood up abruptly. You, knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Third princess, I heard that you're already up. I made longan and lily porridge for you. Do you want some? Hearing this voice, Jiang Yucheng was stunned as he turned around to look. This was clearly Yang Qin's voice. He looked at Sheng Wanwan in bewilderment. You didn't. Sheng Wanwan didn't look at him and just said lazily, come in. Creak. The door opened, and a woman walked in with a bowl of porridge. It was Yang Qin. Jiang Yucheng quickly scanned her body, and she didn't seem to have any abnormalities. Greetings, Prince Consort. Yang Qin bowed to him again and put down the porridge. I've said it a few times. I like you, so I'm keeping you for a few more days. Just leave these things to the palace servants. Yang Qin smiled gently. Qin understands. Sheng Wanwan waved her hand. I still have something to discuss with Prince Consort. You can leave first. Yes. Then remember to use this porridge. It won't taste good if it gets cold. With that, Yang Qin left respectfully, not forgetting to close the door. After she left, Sheng Wanwan raised her chin at Jiang Yucheng. If you still have any doubts, why don't you check that bowl of porridge too? Her words were sarcastic, and her gaze was mocking. It was rare for Jiang Yucheng to feel embarrassed. Could it be that he really misunderstood? However, her emotions had been very unstable previously, and after encountering Yang Qin, he couldn't help but worry and think that I was wrong. Jiang Yucheng pressed his fist against his lips and coughed. Don't be angry. It's my fault. Sheng Wanwan didn't say anything and just looked at him. Jiang Yucheng couldn't sit still under this gaze, so he could only say, you haven't rested well recently, so I won't disturb you. Sleep well. I'm here for everything else. Don't worry. Without waiting for Sheng Wanwan's reply, he turned around and left in a hurry. After his figure disappeared from the hall for a long time, Sheng Wanwan snorted softly and stood up to pick up the bowl of porridge. With a gentle stir of the spoon, a trace of blood appeared. She finished the bowl of porridge without changing her expression. After a while, Yang Qin walked back quietly. Seeing that Sheng Wanwan had finished the bowl of porridge, she quickly retracted her gaze. Sheng Wanwan pondered for a moment and said, you can go back today. Yang Qin was a little surprised. Didn't you say that it would take 5 days? You've only stayed in the palace for a day or two, and he's already here with suspicion. It's not appropriate for you to stay any longer. Jiang Yucheng might have believed her today, but he had always been a suspicious person. It was very likely that he would continue to investigate. Yang Qin hesitated for a moment. Yes. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 570. In the Chongshu Pavilion. Chu Luyue and the others came to the herb garden together. Yuqi Song stood outside the door and set up a huge barrier that enveloped the entire herb garden. With me here, no one will disturb you. Yuqi Song said with a hint of worry in her eyes. Chu Luyue nodded. Thank you, master. Then, she entered the herb garden. Chang Wanzhou followed closely behind. Chu Luyue turned around and looked at him in surprise. Chang Wanzhou said, I said before that I would help you guard. Chu Luyue raised her chin. You can also stay outside the barrier. Isn't master right there? Chang Wanzhou said stubbornly, I'll be closer to you. If anything goes wrong, I can help you immediately. As if he was worried that Chu Luyue would not agree, he quickly added another sentence. After all, no one here knows the Mest Yuan gravel better than I do. Chu Luiyue looked at his determined face and smiled. Okay. The two of them came to the middle of the herb garden. Chu Luiyue and Chang Wanzhou looked at each other. Chang Wanzhou nodded slightly. Chu Luiyue took a deep breath, took out a dagger, and gently cut her left palm. Immediately, a bloody wound appeared. Dark red blood immediately gushed out of the wound. Chu Luiyue sat cross-legged with her palms facing down and placed them on the ground. A thick bead of blood silently gushed out and quickly soaked into the ochre-red ground. A moment later, the dried-up herbs in the surroundings suddenly began to move. The nearest Suchi plum suddenly shattered from the roots. The Mest Yuan gravel flowed out of it and headed toward Chu Luiyue. Soon, the second, the third, with Chu Luiyue as the center, countless abandoned herbs in the surroundings shattered silently. The Mest Yuan gravel mixed in them also began to rush toward Chu Luiyue. It was like countless blood-colored hair fluttering in the wind, but also like fine sand flowing over. Although there was very little Mest Yuan gravel in each plant, when they all gathered together, it quickly became a spectacular sight. After about 15 minutes, the ground around Chu Luiyue seemed to have countless red rivers. And their destination was Chu Luiyue. It was as if there was an invisible hand controlling all of this. As time passed, Chu Luiyue could clearly feel the blood in her body was quickly flowing out of the wound on her palm. She lowered her eyes to take a look. The ground under her palm was gradually dyed red, and it was slowly spreading to the surroundings. At the same time, the force in her body was being consumed faster than her blood. Chu Luiyue's expression. No wonder Chang Wanzhou was so determined to oppose it. The Mest Yuan gravel's consumption of force was indeed too terrifying. She had just cleared a distance of 20 steps around her when she already felt the force in her body begin to be consumed at an abnormal speed. But this herb garden was extremely large. More importantly, the Mest Yuan gravel was very likely to have spread to the entire Qingyuan mountain. How much force would be consumed? Even she was a little uncertain now. But fortunately, there was no movement from the water droplet at this time. Thinking of it, Chu Luiyue felt more confident in her heart. She held her breath and focused, methodically circulating the force in her body. The Mest Yuan gravel further away also began to surge toward this side. Chang Wanzhou stood at the side and watched closely, not daring to slack off. So far, everything was going smoothly, but this was only the beginning. Tianling Palace. After Jiang Yucheng left Huayang Palace, he wanted to leave the palace directly, but halfway there, he turned around and went to Qingfeng Palace. Qingfeng Palace was still heavily guarded. Ordinary people could not easily approach this place, but Jiang Yucheng was different. For various reasons, he could basically enter and leave freely. When they saw Jiang Yucheng, the palace servants in charge of guarding the place were a little puzzled. Didn't this person just come a few days ago? Why was he here again? Although he used to come here often in the past, he had been coming here more frequently recently. But they definitely did not dare to say such a thing, and did not even reveal a trace of a strange expression. Those who could stay here were all carefully selected people, and would not make such a mistake. Jiang Yucheng was about to enter when he saw a manservant standing outside the door with his hands by his side, as if waiting for someone. This manservant looked somewhat familiar. He walked over and recognized that this was the imperial physician Zhuo Mingxi's man. Shang Wanwan had chosen 3 imperial physicians to take turns looking after the emperor. Calculating the time, today was indeed the day that Zhuo Mingxi should be here. When the manservant saw Jiang Yucheng, he immediately bowed. Jiang Yucheng asked, "Is Lord Zhuo inside?" The manservant replied respectfully, "Yes." "How long has it been?" "A quarter of an hour." Jiang Yucheng nodded. According to the time, he should be coming out soon. He thought for a moment and gave up on the idea of going in. Instead, he stood where he was and waited with the manservant. The manservant did not dare to ask anything, and could only carefully accompany them. Soon, a middle-aged man walked out of the room. It was Zhuo Mingxi. Jiang Yucheng took a few steps forward. Lord Zhuo. When he saw Jiang Yucheng, Zhuo Mingxi was shocked. Eldest young master Jiang, why are you here? Jiang Yucheng smiled. The third princess hasn't been resting well recently, so I came to visit her. I didn't know how His Majesty was doing, so I came to take a look. Zhuo Mingxi nodded in understanding, stroked his beard, and looked relieved. You really care about His Majesty. Jiang Yucheng glanced at the closed door. Lord Zhuo, does His Majesty show any signs of waking up? Zhuo Mingxi shook his head with a worried expression. A trace of disappointment flashed through Jiang Yucheng's eyes. Why hasn't he gotten better yet? They had stopped taking the medicine long ago, and had been nursing His Majesty's body. Logically speaking, His Majesty should be able to wake up. But until now, there was still no sign of him waking up. Zhuo Mingxi said, we can understand eldest young Master Zhang's worries. But this kind of thing, sometimes it's hard to say. Maybe His Majesty will wake up tomorrow. Don't worry too much. Jiang Yucheng could only nod. Sorry to trouble you, Lord Zhuo. This is our duty. How can it be troublesome? In any case, we will do our best to make His Majesty wake up as soon as possible. If eldest young Master Jiang has nothing else to say, I'll go back first to prepare the medicine for His Majesty. Lord Zhuo, please. Jiang Yucheng took half a step back. Zhuo Mingxi cupped his hands and left with the manservant. However, just as he took 2 steps, Jiang Yucheng suddenly stopped him. Lord Zhuo, please wait. Zhuo Mingxi stood still and looked back at him. Eldest young Master Jiang, is there anything else? Jiang Yucheng's gaze fell on Zhuo Mingxi's belt, and a trace of doubt arose in his heart. When imperial doctors entered the palace, they had to hang their jade pendants on their belts. But Zhuo Mingxi didn't have one on him. Lord Zhuo, where's your jade pendant? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from love. Chapter 571. Zhuo Mingxi followed Jiang Yucheng's gaze and glanced at himself. Oh, you're talking about that. I don't know where I lost it and couldn't find it. In 2 days, the new ones should be ready and sent over. Jiang Yucheng nodded in understanding. I see. Zhuo Mingxi looked at him and asked tentatively. I know that imperial physicians should wear the jade pendant when they enter the palace. But His Majesty's treatment can't be delayed. I thought about it and decided to come. Jiang Yucheng smiled. Don't think too much, Lord Zhuo. I don't mean to blame you. I just happened to see it and was curious. You're right. His Majesty's health is the most important thing. Besides, since the new one is almost ready, there's no need to pursue this matter. Zhuo Mingxi breathed a sigh of relief. However, this is a symbol of status after all. Lord Zhuo should be careful in the future. Of course, of course. The two exchanged a few more words before Zhuo Mingxi finally left. Jiang Yucheng turned around to take a look before turning around to leave. Chongshu Pavilion. Chu Luyue was still sitting in the same place. A lot of messed yuan gravel had gathered around her palm. Her lips were a little pale, but fortunately, she was still in good spirits. 1/3 of the messed yuan gravel in the herb garden had been gathered. The messed yuan gravel, which was as small as dust, had gradually condensed into a larger gravel. However, when they were deposited together, they were still like liquid and could flow freely back and forth. The force in Chu Liyue's limbs and bones was almost exhausted. With a thought, a vigorous force surged out of the water droplet. The feeling of exhaustion disappeared instantly. Chu Liyue was refreshed and sped up. Chang Wanzhou watched nervously from the side, his thin lips tightly pursed. Yu Qi Song, who was standing outside, watched this scene with his heart in his mouth. Gradually, more and more messed yuan gravel gathered around Chu Liyue's palm. When night fell, Chu Liyue finally gathered all the mixed yuan gravel in the herb garden. She adjusted her breathing and looked up at Yuqi Song. "Master, I'm afraid you'll have to remove this barrier first. Otherwise, it would affect her ability to gather the chaos yuan gravel outside." Yuqi Song was worried, but he still nodded and agreed. "All right." With that, he waved his sleeve, and the barrier dissipated. This time, Chu Liyue was no longer under any protection. Other than Chang Wanzhou, who was standing nearby, Yuqi Song was already standing outside. Chu Liyue closed his eyes and held his breath. Force continuously gushed out from the water droplet. In the darkness of the night, nothing could be seen clearly. Only the faint rustling sound could be heard coming from all directions. The closer they got to Chu Liyue, the clearer the sound became. There was no need to look to know that it was the messed yuan gravel that had spread throughout the entire Qingyuan mountain. Hearing this sound, Yuqi Song's hair stood on end. How much was there? The entire Qingyuan mountain might have been completely covered by this messed yuan gravel. If it weren't for Chu Liyue today, they could only let the messed yuan gravel continue to spread. It wouldn't be long before this mountain would become a wasteland. Thinking of this, Yuqi Song's heart was filled with lingering fear. If it was really Jiang Yucheng who did it, why did he do it? The night passed in a hurry. Yuqi Song and Chang Wanzhou stood guard for the entire night. When the morning sun shone down, the endless rustling sound finally dissipated. The two of them stared at Chu Liyue. Even though Yuqi Song had mentally prepared himself for this, he was still shocked when he saw this scene with his own eyes. The messed yuan gravel around Chu Liyue seemed to be wrapped in a layer of transparent film. It almost became a small stream, floating around Chu Liyue and flowing quietly. The aura contained in it was extremely powerful. It was almost daunting. Chu Liyue's face was extremely pale, and her eyes were bloodshot. Fortunately, the aura around her was still stable. She exhaled softly and looked at the messed yuan gravel flowing around her. Suddenly, a small piece of ice crystal slowly condensed on it. Chu Liyue's heart skipped a beat. It was starting to condense. The messed yuan gravel on Qingyuan mountain had all been gathered. Chang Wanzhou also noticed this scene and immediately said, "It's fine. It's coming." Chu Liyue raised her hand. A vigorous origin power crazily gushed out from her body. It instantly surrounded the messed yuan gravel. Then, the messed yuan gravel began to condense at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it had completely formed a large piece of red ice crystal. Just as Chu Liyue was about to destroy it, the red ice crystal suddenly began to shrink. Chu Liyue frowned and quickly glanced at Chang Wanzhou. What's going on?" Chang Wanzhou also had a grave expression. "It shouldn't be like this, your power is compressing it." "What?" Chu Liyue was confused. She didn't do anything. According to what Chang Wanzhou said before, after the messed yuan gravel began to condense, she just needed to quickly destroy it. She had done exactly as he had told her to. But before she could do anything, this thing had, before Chu Liyue could react, Chang Wanzhou had already rushed over and punched out. It seemed that he was going to attack directly. Chu Liyue suddenly had an idea. "Wait." Chang Wanzhou stopped abruptly. "What's wrong? This thing is very dangerous. If we don't deal with it as soon as possible, wait." Chu Liyue seemed to have noticed something. She shook her head and signaled Chang Wanzhou to step back. Yuqi Song, who was standing outside, also felt that something was wrong. He asked worriedly, "What's going on? What's going on?" Chang Wanzhou frowned and shook his head. Chu Liyue gave him a look that said, "Don't be impatient. The few of them fell silent. Only their eyes were fixed on the red ice crystal that was still shrinking. When it had shrunk to the size of a palm, it finally stopped. The color was rich, smooth, and bright, like a ruby. It quietly floated in front of Chu Luyue. Chu Luyue hesitantly reached out and took the red ice crystal in her hand. It was cold to the touch, but she could faintly feel the surging energy within it. The next moment, the red ice crystal suddenly entered her body through the wound on her palm. Lu Yu. Yuqi Song and Chang Wanzhou's hearts skipped a beat when they saw this scene. Chu Luyue was suddenly stunned. Because the ice crystal seemed to have melted after coming into contact with her blood. It followed her yuan meridian and spread all the way to Dantian. The water droplet quietly floated in the air. The next moment, the red ice crystal was completely swallowed by it. A gentle energy slowly flowed out of it and nourished Chu Luyue's limbs and bones. Chu Luyue was dumbfounded. After a while, she suddenly thought of something and asked the water droplet in disbelief. You deliberately swallowed the energy in the messed yuan gravel? Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from LoveNet. Chapter 572. The water droplet floated quietly and rippled slightly. This was a definite answer. Chu Luyue was stunned for a while before she finally reacted. It was actually like this, the power in the water droplet was constantly gushing out. After the messed yuan gravel condensed, it chose to counterattack. In this way, not only could it recover the energy that was previously consumed, but it could also devour the power that was originally in the messed yuan gravel. Chu Luyue was silent for a while before she said with difficulty, "You really refuse to take any loss, Lu Yu?" Lu Yu. Yuqi Song saw that Chu Luyue did not react and could not help but ask nervously. Chu Luyue came back to her senses and opened her eyes. Chang Wanzhou and Yuqi Song both stood in front of her with worried faces. "How are you?" Yuqi Song asked while carefully sizing her up, afraid that something would happen to her. Although Chang Wanzhou did not speak, his eyes were still fixed on Chu Luyue. He did not know what happened to the messed yuan gravel in the end. He had never encountered such a situation when he was in Nanjiang. If Chu Luyue really met with an accident because of this, he would never forgive himself. "I'm fine," Chu Luyue hurriedly said. As she spoke, she stood up and glanced at her palm. The wound that was previously dripping with blood had already scabbed over. "Master, little Zhou, don't worry. Am I not fine?" As Chu Luyue spoke, she spread out her hands and let the two of them look at her. What exactly happened just now? Yuqi Song did not dare to relax. "That thing, how did that thing enter your body?" He turned his head and glanced at Chang Wanzhou. "Wanzhou, you said that this thing is not poisonous to people, but it can quickly consume the force in a person's body. Now that it is in Lu Yu's body, what should we do?" Seeing Yuqi Song, who had always been calm and composed, reveal such a panicked and helpless expression, Chu Luyue felt both sour and warm in his heart. She grabbed Yuqi Song's arm. "Master, I'm really fine. If you don't believe me, you can check his pulse yourself." Yuqi Song put her hand on her wrist suspiciously. Suddenly, his expression froze. Then, he looked at Chu Luyue with uncertainty, his eyes full of shock and suspicion. This lass. She had used up so much origin power just now. Why did it seem like her strength had increased? Chu Luyue looked at him with a smile. "How is it? Can you rest assured now?" Yuqi Song checked her again and found that there was indeed nothing wrong with her body. Moreover, her body was full of force. He slowly loosened his grip and muttered, "Indeed." Chu Luyue looked at Chang Wanzhou. "Little Zhou, you can rest assured now, right?" Although Chang Wanzhou was not a celestial physician, he had extremely sharp five senses. Not only did Chu Luyue not have the strange aura of the messed yuan gravel, but the pressure around her had become stronger. Yuchi Song couldn't help but ask, "What? What's going on?" Chu Luyue had a headache. How should she explain this to them? Could it be that not only was she not injured at all, but she had also absorbed all the power of the messed yuan gravel? This. Speaking of which, I'm actually not too sure. Chu Luyue's explanation was rather vague. Wei Qi Song, however, seemed to have understood something. Could it be that the power in your body has dissolved it? Chu Luyue nodded thoughtfully. Probably. Maybe that's the case. In fact, there was nothing wrong with saying that. The ice crystal of the messed yuan gravel had indeed been dissolved. It was just that the power in it had become hers. Chang Wanzhou suddenly said, "Now, even if we don't look at Jiang Yucheng's palm, we might be able to determine if it was him who did it." Chu Luyue was stunned. Why? Chang Wanzhou's expression was indifferent. Because after you resolve the messed yuan gravel, the power he had obtained from the messed yuan gravel will begin to backfire. If it's light, his realm will regress. If it's heavy, his yuan meridian will be damaged. Digression: starting from the early morning of the 10th, I will update my mobile phone users. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 573. Chu Luyue's expression suddenly became very subtle. Realm regression, yuan meridian damage, that sounds pretty good, are you sure? The corners of Chu Luyue's mouth curled up as she asked excitedly. Chang Wanzhou frowned in confusion. Why does it seem like Chu Luyue is very happy? Looking at her pair of eyes that were as bright as the stars and her slightly curled lips, Chang Wanzhou's mood seemed to relax a lot. He nodded slightly. As long as he was the one who did it back then, it will definitely be like this. Chu Luyue had a voice in her heart shouting, "Delightful." She had never wished for the mastermind to be Jiang Yucheng as much as she did at this moment. Although she couldn't confront Jiang Yucheng directly now, it would be good if she could take this opportunity to teach him a small lesson. Seeing Chu Luyue's reaction, Yuchi Song didn't think too much about it. He only thought that she was excited because she could find out the truth. If that's the case, then it's much easier, Yuchi Song said thoughtfully. Jiang Yucheng's status was noble. Now, many things in the Tianling dynasty were done by him for Sheng Wanwan. It wasn't difficult to meet him and test his strength. Today, I will personally go down the mountain and make a trip to the Jiang residence. You will know the result at a glance. Chu Luyue was a little surprised. You're going today? Yuchi Song said, "That's right. Anyway, now that things have developed to this point, if it really has something to do with him, he must already know. There's no point in delaying it any longer. It's better to go directly." Chu Luyue pondered for a moment and felt that it made sense. Yuchi Song was planning to face the attack head-on. In any case, the Chongshu Pavilion was the victim. Now that this matter was investigated, the ones who should be worried were those who had done something wrong. After saying that, Yuchi Song was about to leave. Chu Luyue hastily shouted, "Master, you forgot one thing." "What?" Chu Luyue blinked. "This medicinal garden has already returned to normal. Can you let the senior brothers and sisters take care of this place again? Look at me. I almost forgot such an important thing." Yuchi Song laughed. "Good. I will order all the disciples in the pavilion to come together." Although it would take a long time for the herbs to grow, it was a promising start for Chongshu Pavilion. Now that the problem of the messed yuan gravel had been solved and Qing Yuan Mountain had returned to normal, they no longer had to worry about not being able to raise the medicinal herbs like before. That was the most important thing. The previously abandoned herb garden was officially reopened, and new herbs were being planted. This news seemed to have grown wings and quickly spread among all the disciples. At first, everyone was very confused, but when they heard the pavilion master say that the herb garden had been restored and the herbs planted could be successfully raised, everyone was eager to give it a try. In the afternoon, almost all kinds of herbs had been replanted in the entire herb garden. Although it was still bare at a glance, the pavilion master's words gave them a glimmer of hope. Chu Luiyue also planted some, and under Yu Qisong's insistence, she was given the power to manage the herb garden. Chu Luiyue refused at first, but she couldn't resist Yu Qisong's insistence and finally agreed. On one hand, she really liked to take care of herbs. On the other hand, Yu Qisong promised that she could use the herbs in the herb garden in the future. Chu Luiyue was quite tempted, so she agreed. In fact, when the person in charge of the herb garden was decided at the beginning, many disciples competed fiercely. When Yu Qisong said that she chose Chu Luiyue, she thought that everyone would question her ability and qualifications. She didn't expect everyone's attitude to be surprisingly consistent. Since little junior sister wanted to do it, then do it. In the entire Chongshu pavilion, was there anyone more suitable than little junior sister? No. Everyone expressed their strong agreement and started to get close to Chu Luiyue and Chang Wanzhou. It was understandable that they were looking for Chu Luiyue, but when she saw everyone bracing themselves to talk to the cold Chang Wanzhou, Chu Luiyue was really confused. After asking, she found out that Lu Xiao had already told her senior brothers and sisters a truth the day before. Although little junior brother was cold, he listened to little junior sister. Moreover, little junior sister treated little junior brother very well. In that case, it would be good to have a good relationship with either of them. Hence, when everyone finally came to greet them again, Chu Luiyue and Chang Wanzhou's rooms were filled with all kinds of gifts. Chu Luiyue looked at the room full of things and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The herbs had only been planted for a few hours, and they were already so enthusiastic. It was obviously a little too early. They clearly wanted to use the excuse of the herb garden to visit her and Chang Wanzhou and give them some gifts. There were very few people in the Chongshu pavilion now. Those who could stay were all people who had deep feelings for the Chongshu pavilion. These people had supported each other until now, so the friendship between them was naturally much deeper and more sincere than that between disciples of ordinary sections. Similarly, Chu Luiyue and Chang Wanzhou chose to enter the Chongshu pavilion at this time. Although they didn't say anything, they were very happy and touched in their hearts. Their attitude towards the two of them was naturally exceptionally doting, afraid that they would suffer even the slightest bit of grievance. Chu Luiyue leaned against the door frame and recalled the scene just now. The corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up. She wasn't a person who liked excitement. However, the room just now was extremely noisy, and she felt very happy. A long time ago, her status was revered and high above. Everyone respected her, worshipped her, envied her, she had never experienced such an experience. After that, she was reborn with great difficulty. She was lowly and insignificant, and it was difficult for her to move forward. Everyone bullied her, humiliated her, despised her, and mocked her. She had never experienced such an experience. Originally, she chose the Chongshu pavilion largely because of Yu Qisong. But now, she began to feel grateful for her choice. Chang Wanzhou straightened up from the small mountain of gifts. A small doll that Yi Ranran had given him was hanging on his body. Chu Luiyue smiled and said, "Little Zhou, don't be in a hurry. Take your time." Chang Wanzhou's face darkened. Chu Luiyue walked to the side and spread out a piece of rice paper. "This is the first gift that senior brother and senior sister gave us for our first meeting. It represents their feelings. So we must keep it well. Tidy them up one by one. I'll register them." As she spoke, she glanced at Chang Wanzhou and wrote Yi Ranran, 1 doll. In fact, Yi Ranran had made 2 dolls, one for each of them. Chang Wanzhou's face darkened even more. He was about to pull the doll off, but when he touched the soft fabric and fine stitches, he paused, unhooked it, and removed it. Chu Luiyue narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. This child clearly likes it too. Why is he always so cold? She smiled at Chang Wanzhou and said, Little Zhou, after you finish writing the list, you have to keep it well. Take it out and take a look at it in the future. Remember to return the gift to senior brother and senior sister. Chang Wanzhou looked away. You don't have to give it to me. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 574. Chu Luiyue was stunned for a moment before she understood. Chang Wanzhou said that he couldn't read, so he naturally couldn't understand this list. She was so focused on teasing him that she actually forgot about this matter. Chang Wanzhou turned his face sideways. His soft golden short hair covered his eyes. Chu Luiyue could only see his clear and smooth jawline, as well as his straight nose and slightly pursed thin lips. Actually, he still cared, didn't he? Chu Luiyue's heart felt as if it had been pricked by a sharp needle. She opened her mouth, but her throat seemed to be blocked by something, and she couldn't say a word. This scene. How familiar was it? Wasn't Mu Qinghe the same back then? So, she taught him how to read, she taught him how to cultivate, she taught him how to speak and do things. Mu Qinghe was very smart. He learned everything very quickly and did it very well. That was why he could grow so quickly and become an important figure in the Tianling dynasty in just 10 years. With a stomp of his foot, the entire Dahuang swamp would shake. But what happened later? There was no later. Hearing that Chu Luiyue didn't speak for a while, Chang Wanzhou turned to look at her, only to see that she was looking at him with a dazed expression. No, she wasn't looking at him. Chang Wanzhou frowned and walked over. What's wrong with you? Chu Luiyue suddenly came back to her senses. Nothing. Chang Wanzhou looked into her eyes seriously. You're very sad. Chu Luiyue sighed softly in her heart. Sometimes, she really felt that Chang Wanzhou was too smart. Chang Wanzhou paused for a moment and said, I'll keep the list well. Chu Luiyue was stunned for a moment. This child. Did he think that this would make her feel less sad? Something in her heart seemed to slowly melt. She said, I'll teach you. Chang Wanzhou was stunned. What? Chu Luiyue wrote a line of words on the xian paper. Chang Wanzhou suddenly understood. His lips were tightly pursed, and no one knew what he was thinking. Chu Luiyue ruffled his hair. I didn't teach you for nothing. After that, you'll have to help me out. Consider it your tuition fee. Chang Wanzhou nodded seriously. All right. The Jiang mansion. Jiang Yucheng lay on the ground in pain. Large beads of sweat fell from his forehead, and his face was as pale as paper. The origin power in his body suddenly split into two and began to fight fiercely. His entire body was in incomparable pain. He almost fainted. He clenched his teeth, afraid that he would make any noise and attract the attention of those outside. He endured the pain as he looked at his palm. An extremely thin line of blood extended from the center of his palm to his wrist. However, at this moment, it was rapidly dispersing from the wrist. Jiang Yucheng looked horrified. How could this be? How could this be? Wasn't everything fine before? Could it be that the people at the Chongshu Pavilion discovered something? He desperately pressed down on the line of blood, trying to stop it from dispersing. However, it was all in vain. As the line of blood slowly disappeared, the origin power in his body also quickly dissipated in all directions. It was so fast that it was like a snowy mountain collapsing. He tried to suppress it with another force, but found that it was useless. Instead, it sped up the loss of origin power in his body. No. No, a trace of deep fear flashed in Jiang Yucheng's eyes. It was not easy for him to cultivate and break through to his current realm. How could he watch this power leave him? Something must have happened to the messed yuan gravel. However, that thing was only available in Nanjiang. Very few people in West Hill knew about it, let alone deal with it. Who was it that made a move? Jiang Yucheng stood up with difficulty. However, just as he took 2 steps, he uncontrollably bumped into the table beside him. Bang! The porcelain on the table fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Eldest young master? What's wrong? A servant's voice came from outside. The door moved, as if someone was about to come in. No one is allowed to come in. Jiang Yucheng shouted sternly. The person outside was also shocked and hurriedly retreated. Yes. Jiang Yucheng took a deep breath. He supported himself on the table with difficulty and sat down on the chair beside him. His internal organs felt as if countless knives were madly slicing them. The suffocating pain came from all over his body. Because of the pain, Jiang Yucheng bent over and supported himself on the table with one hand. The veins on the back of his hand were bulging. After a while, the pain did not lessen at all. Instead, it became even more intense. However, what worried Jiang Yucheng even more was that his origin power was depleting too quickly. He was almost about to fall out of his current realm. He looked down at his wrist and saw that more than half of the red line on it had already faded. If this continued, the consequences would be unimaginable. The 2 forces fought wildly in his body. Jiang Yucheng was inevitably greatly affected. Soon, a thick smell of blood surged. Splurt. He finally couldn't take it anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, his realm finally fell out of the middle stage of the 8th stage. He returned to the early stage of the 8th stage. Then, his body fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud. However, how could Jiang Yucheng care about all this at this time? There was only one thought in his mind. His realm had regressed. One had to know that at this level, even if it was just a difference of 1 stage, there would be a huge change in strength. He had spent a year's time to raise his cultivation base, and now, it was all in vain. Moreover, for a cultivator, the loss of strength was definitely not only limited to the loss of strength. Whether it was the loss of the Yuan meridian or the impact on one's state of mind, it was immeasurable. He didn't know how long it would take for him to recover from this setback. It was even possible that he would never be able to improve again. The servant outside heard the commotion in the room. Although he was worried, he remembered Jiang Yucheng's previous order. He didn't dare to go forward and could only wait anxiously on the spot. Both inside and outside the room were silent. Jiang Yucheng sat on the ground in a daze. He could only hear the sound of his breathing and the sound of his heart beating violently. The 2 forces surged back and forth in his Yuan meridian as if they were about to burst out. After a long time, he seemed to have gotten used to the intense pain. However, he soon realized that it wasn't that he was numb, but that the pain in his body was really weakening. However, there was no relief on his face. Instead, he slowly lowered his head and looked at his palm as if he had expected something. That red line had already completely shattered. Only a broken wound was left, indicating what had just happened. If he didn't stop now, he was afraid that he would fall out of the 8th stage. Jiang Yucheng felt a lingering fear in his heart. For a moment, he didn't know how to react. Everything happened too suddenly. His mind was blank. After an unknown period of time, he finally woke up when the blood on his body gradually dried up. This matter definitely didn't happen by chance. Tuk tuk. Eldest young master, the pavilion master of the Chongshu Pavilion is here to visit. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 575. A sharp glint flashed across Jiang Yucheng's eyes. He actually came so quickly. In that case, Yuchi Song must have already known something and deliberately came to verify it. If he went out now and Yuchi Song saw his current appearance, everything would be irrefutable. Hearing no movement, the servant asked again, "Eldest young master?" Jiang Yucheng struggled to get up. In fact, the terrifying pain had already dissipated. Because his realm had already fallen, and that red line, he looked down at his wrist. The wound that appeared because the bloodline was broken was not deep, but it was clearly visible. Since Yuchi Song had already come to the Jiang mansion, then it was very likely that he already knew about this bloodline. He had to find a way to cover it up. Invite Pavilion Master Yuchi to the study room first. This young master will go in a moment. He took a deep breath and tried to make his voice sound calm and normal. Yes. Hearing the hurried footsteps outside, Jiang Yucheng held his forehead with one hand and thought hard. Yuchi Song came prepared. It was not that easy to deceive him. Yuchi Song was originally following the servant to the study room, but on the way, he met Jiang Lizhua, who just happened to return. Seeing Yuchi Song appear in the Jiang mansion, Jiang Lizhua was very surprised. They had never had much contact with the Chongshu Pavilion. Moreover, in Xiling City, basically no one wanted to take the initiative to interact with the Chongshu Pavilion. However, Jiang Lizhua's face was still very good. He personally received Yuchi Song. After the two of them sat down in the study room, Jiang Lizhua asked Yuchi Song's purpose in coming to the Jiang mansion. When he heard that Yuchi Song had specially come to find Jiang Yucheng, he felt even more strange. However, seeing that Yuchi Song did not seem to have any intention of letting go, he tactfully did not ask any more questions and only chatted about something else. I heard that Chongshu Pavilion has recently accepted two extremely outstanding disciples. I haven't had the time to congratulate Pavilion Master Yuchi. Jiang Lizhua smiled very politely. He had more or less heard about what happened at the Wanzheng meet. Many people didn't understand why Chu Luyue and the other man chose the Chongshu Pavilion. He was just as curious. It was unknown if Yuchi Song had done something in private, or if it was something else. Hearing him mention Chu Luyue, the smile on Yuchi Song's face became much more genuine. Yes. It is indeed Chongshu Pavilion's fortune to have the two of them. If not for the two of them, the Chaos Yuan gravel on Qingyuan Mountain would still be spreading everywhere. Looking at Yuchi Song's happy and proud appearance, Jiang Lizhua raised his eyebrows slightly. Actually, he was just casually saying that. At the end of the day, they were just two half-grown children. How much trouble could they cause? Moreover, he had heard that the two of them did not have a good background. Even if he had outstanding talent, he might not be able to become a top expert in the future. Yuchi Song, on the other hand, had been in low spirits for more than a year. It had been a long time since he showed such an expression. Could it be that he was really happy? Thinking about it carefully, it was actually understandable. It was indeed quite rare for the Chongshu Pavilion to be able to accept new disciples. It was no wonder that Yuchi Song was like this. Jiang Lizhua was mocking him in his heart, but he still revealed a look of admiration on his face. To be able to make Pavilion Master Yuchi praise him like this, he must be a dragon among men. If there's a chance in the future, you must meet him. Ha! Weiqi Song glanced at him meaningfully and smiled as well. Definitely. Of course, he could tell that Jiang Lizhua looked down on their Chongshu Pavilion and everyone in the Chongshu Pavilion. Over the past year or so, he had seen too many such gazes and expressions. If it was in the past, he would more or less feel a little uncomfortable every time he met them. Therefore, he gradually didn't interact much with the crowd. But it was different now. No matter what these outsiders thought, he didn't care at all. When they really see the strength of Lu Yu and Wan Zhou in the future, TSK. He was also looking forward to it. The two of them chatted for quite a long time, beating around the bush. Yuchi Song gradually became impatient, but the suspicion in his heart became more and more certain. Jiang Yucheng stayed in his residence, but he actually took so long to come out to meet people. No one would believe that there was no ghost. After a while, a voice finally came from outside the door. "Greetings, eldest young master." Yuchi Song looked at the door. After Chu Luiyue arranged all the gifts, she rushed back to Chang Wanzhou and cultivated in her room in peace. After the water droplet in her dantian swallowed the messed yuan gravel, the aura in her body seemed to have strengthened a lot. She guided this power and circulated it in her body, but she didn't try to continue breaking through. In the eyes of ordinary people, although the speed of her advancement was a little fast, it was actually considered normal. After all, she had the Daijing Yuan Meridian. However, Chu Luiyue knew very well that her pill of essence was different from others. The speed of this breakthrough was really a little fast. Girl is quite cautious. Taizu's voice suddenly sounded, and there was a hint of admiration in his tone. After this period of time, he could already confirm that Chu Luiyue had more potential than he had imagined. What was even rarer was that she had an extremely tenacious will and strong control. In the face of the temptation of a breakthrough, not many people in this world could resist it. However, Chu Luiyue did very well. This breadth of mind and vision was indeed extraordinary. Chu Luiyue's lips curved slightly. Taizu didn't know her situation, but he could barely sense the surging power around her. However, he could guess a lot based on this. After all, he was Taizu, so Chu Luiyue didn't want to deliberately hide it. "Thank you, Taizu." Compared to the breakthrough of the realm, she wanted to try to cultivate the Jingshan palm more now. However, just as she adjusted her breath, she heard Lu Xiao's voice coming from outside. "Little junior sister. Someone is looking for you. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network." Chapter 576. It was almost evening. Who would come to look for her at this time? Chu Luiyue got up and went to open the door. She saw Lu Xiao standing at the door. "Senior brother Lu, who's looking for me?" They had just met in the afternoon, so they shouldn't be here now. Lu Xiao's expression was a little strange. "It's a man from outside. He said he was looking for you, so I told him to wait at the foot of the mountain." Chongshu Pavilion was currently heavily guarded. Although there were no restrictions on the entry and exit of the disciples, they were still very strict with outsiders. A man? Chu Luiyue quickly thought about it. She had just arrived at West Hill not long ago. Other than the group of people at Chongshu Pavilion, she didn't have much contact with anyone else. It shouldn't be Jian Fengqi or Mu Qinghe. These two people were too famous in West Hill. Lu Xiao had seen them before. Could it be that one of them had sent someone? Did he say who he was? Lu Xiao nodded. "He said his name is Yan Qing and that he came specially to see you." Chu Luiyue was shocked. Yan Qing? Why is he here? Shouldn't he be accompanying Rong Xiu at Mingyue Tianshan? Seeing the slight change in Chu Luiyue's expression, Lu Xiao asked tentatively, "Junior sister, do you know this person?" Chu Luiyue nodded. "He's a friend of mine. Please invite him up, senior brother." If there was nothing urgent, he definitely wouldn't have come all the way here. Could it be that something had happened to Rong Xiu? Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat. Lu Xiao saw the urgency and worry in her eyes and couldn't help but think more. That Yan Qing looked like a talent. Could it be that he had a close relationship with junior sister? If that was the case, they had to help junior sister investigate properly. Thinking of this, Lu Xiao suddenly felt a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. "Junior sister, wait a moment. I'll bring him up." After saying that, he quickly left. Chu Luiyue stared blankly at his rapidly disappearing figure. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but why did she feel that? Lu Xiao suddenly seemed to want to see Yan Qing. "Lu Yu, I heard that someone came to the mountain to look for you." Just as Chu Luiyue was thinking about this, he saw Yi Ranran suddenly appear from the side with a curious look on his face. Seeing Chu Liuyue's suspicious gaze, Yi Ranran hurriedly explained. It wasn't Lu Zhiyao who told me. I accidentally overheard it. Besides, the other senior brothers and sisters don't know about it either. Chu Luyue. Where are my senior brothers and sisters now? Yi Ranran suddenly blushed and did not say anything. Yi Ranran took 2 steps forward and looked at Chu Luyue cautiously. Mountain Pass. Chu Luyue's brows twitched. Mountain Pass? Isn't that the location of the mountain gate? When Yan Qing comes up the stairs, she will be able to see him at a glance. Chu Luyue recalled the scene of her first day at the Chongshu Pavilion. After climbing countless stairs, as soon as she reached the peak, several enthusiastic faces appeared in front of her. Chu Luyue, she really suspected that a large part of the reason why the Chongshu Pavilion had fallen to this point was because the disciples of the pavilion were too gossipy. If they didn't cultivate properly, how could they become strong? Yi Ranran quickly explained, actually, we didn't mean to intentionally do that. Well, actually, we didn't do it on purpose. It's just that when Lu Zhiyao came up, he happened to meet 2 senior sisters who had just returned halfway up the mountain, so he told them. Then, after climbing half the mountain, everyone knew about it? That's right, Yi Ranran responded softly. Although she came earlier than Chu Luyue and could be considered Chu Liuyue's senior sister, Chu Luyue always seemed to have a noble and powerful aura. In addition, Chu Luyue had taken the initiative to stand up for her previously, so it was very difficult for her to put on the airs of a senior sister in front of Chu Luyue. At this moment, when Chu Luyue glanced at her from the corner of her eye, she shrunk her neck timidly and felt inexplicably guilty. Chu Luyue walked forward. At this moment, Chang Wanzhou heard the commotion and also walked out from next door. He looked at Chu Luyue with some confusion in his eyes. It seemed that she was quite concerned about this man who suddenly came. Yi Ranran leaned over to Chang Wanzhou and asked softly, Wanzhou, do you know that Yan Qing? Chang Wanzhou shook his head. Junior sister. He's here. Lu Zhiyao's loud voice came from afar. The corners of Chu Liuyue's mouth twitched slightly. Was he afraid that everyone couldn't hear him? She quickened her pace and soon saw her senior brothers and sisters gathered in a group. Chu Luyue was speechless. Just as she was seriously considering whether she should retreat first, a senior sister happened to turn around and see her. She quickly exclaimed, Junior sister is here too. Everyone fell silent for a moment, then immediately scattered like birds and beasts. Junior sister, we still have something to do, so we'll leave first. Take your time to chat, take your time. Although they said that they were going to leave, their eyes were still looking down the mountain. At this moment, Lu Zhiyao had already arrived. Yan Qing was behind him. He was wearing black heavy armor, and there were still some traces of blood on his body. Although he had restrained his aura, there was still a faint murderous aura. It was as if he had just returned from a battlefield. This aura immediately made all the senior brothers and sisters who had yet to leave stop in their tracks. This man wasn't simple at first glance. Why did he come to find junior sister in such a hurry? Chu Luyue had never seen him like this before. At this moment, she was also shocked. Yan Qing? Yan Qing had already sensed several auras at the entrance of the mountain before he came up, so he wasn't surprised to see these people at this time. He looked forward and saw Chu Luyue with a surprised expression. He immediately walked forward and stood in front of Chu Luyue, then knelt on one knee. Yan Qing greets Miss Lu Yu. Everyone looked at each other. Oh, it doesn't seem like what we thought before. Chu Luyue helped him up and quickly sized him up, frowning slightly. Why are you suddenly here? And dressed like this? Did something happen? Yan Qing shook his head. Miss Lu Yu, don't worry. Master is fine. Today, I came to deliver something to you. Actually, he had already arrived at West Hill before, but because he didn't know where Chu Luyue lived now, he had wasted some time. Later, he thought that since she had already joined the Chongshu Pavilion, then it was very likely that she was at Qingyuan Mountain. He came over to take a look, and sure enough, she was here. Everyone's eyes changed again. Master? His master? Who was he to junior sister? Chu Luyue felt a little relieved, but she was also very puzzled. What did he ask you to deliver? What was so important that he was in such a hurry that Yan Qing didn't even have time to take off his armor and came all the way here? Yan Qing took out a small jade box and presented it with both hands. Chu Luyue took it. It was only half the size of a palm. What could be inside? With a click, she opened the jade box. A ring that was emitting a faint glow was lying quietly within. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 577. This is an interspatial ring? Chu Luyue asked uncertainly. Yan Qing nodded. Chu Luyue's eyes twitched. Could it be that Yan Qing came here so hard just to give me an interspatial ring? Yan Qing seemed to have seen through her doubts and said respectfully, Miss Luyu, Master ordered me to give this to you in person. Chu Luyue picked up the interspatial ring. It was simple and elegant. The material was neither stone nor jade, but it glowed faintly and looked clear and moist. It seems to be, for a man. Chu Luyue looked at the interspatial ring carefully and saw a small character, Xiao, engraved on the inside of the ring. This is Rong Xiu's interspatial ring? Did he say what he wanted you to do with this thing? Chu Luyue asked. Yan Qing's expression changed slightly as he shook his head. Actually, although he didn't see the handwriting, he could guess Master's plan. But he couldn't say it out. Maybe you will know when you put it on. Chu Luyue injected the force into the ring and found that the seal on it had been erased. Now that she had made such a move, the interspatial ring had become hers. Obviously, Rong Xiu did it on purpose. But why? Chu Luyue thought as she injected the force into the ring. Suddenly, her movements paused, and the expression on her face froze for a moment. This interspatial ring was of a very high level. It had the largest storage space that Chu Luyue had ever seen. Compared with this interspatial ring, her previous one seemed to be small pockets that couldn't be taken out. More importantly, it is full of white crystal coins. Because there were so many of them that they almost piled up like a mountain, Chu Luyue couldn't tell how much they were. In short, there were a lot of them. It was rare for Chu Luyue to be so slow. There was only one question left in her mind, and it kept circling in her mind. How could Rong Xiu be so rich? Miss Luyu? Yan Qing looked at Chu Luyue in a daze for a while and finally couldn't help but ask. Chu Luyue came back to his senses and looked at the interspatial ring in his hand with a complicated expression. She doesn't seem to understand her man at all. Now, she finally understood why Rong Xiu asked Yan Qing to make the trip in person. The Cosmos ring was too precious. Was Rong Xiu worried that she had no money to spend? Other than that, she really couldn't think of a second reason. Miss Luyu, the items have been delivered. If you don't have any other instructions, I will return to report. Yan Qing said. He came in a hurry. If he returned late, he might not be able to see Yumo's miserable state. Chu Luyue rubbed the interspatial ring in her hand. Something seemed to surge in her heart. Wait a moment. Help me bring a letter back. As Chu Luyue spoke, she turned around and quickly walked back into the house. Yan Qing followed and waited respectfully outside the door. This time, Lu Xiao and the others didn't follow, but they exchanged glances with each other very frequently. So this Yan Qing isn't little junior sister's sweetheart. His master must be her, right? Isn't little junior sister only 14 years old? Why is she already engaged? I don't know who is so lucky. But speaking of which, when can we meet that person? What if he isn't worthy of little junior sister? Don't you see that Yan Qing is full of murderous aura? He suppressed his realm, but his true strength is probably not weaker than ours. As for his master, isn't he even stronger? I think little junior sister is good at everything. She must have good taste too. Then what about little junior brother? TSK, can't you see that little junior sister is raising little junior brother like a child? Yan Qing was waiting patiently outside the door when he suddenly saw a young man walk past him and enter the room. He was slightly stunned and looked up. It was an exceptionally thin young man with soft golden short hair. His skin was so white that it was almost translucent. Although it was only a quick glance, one could still tell that his facial features were exquisite and very beautiful. Although this word wasn't suitable to describe a young man, this was definitely the first thing that came to mind when he saw him. He looked to be in his teens and had a hint of youthfulness. At the same time, he had a hint of wildness. He was like a complicated and simple contradiction. While he was in a daze, he saw that the young man had already walked to Chu Liuyue's side and helped her grind the ink. From the beginning to the end, he didn't say a word, and his expression was cold and indifferent. However, his movements were smooth and natural, as if he had done it many times. Chu Liyue looked at Chang Wanzhou in surprise. When did this child become so discerning? Judging from his proficiency, he must have done this many times in the past. She smiled and dipped the brush in the ink. After thinking repeatedly in her heart, she finally put the brush down. Yan Qing raised his eyebrows high. What is going on? Didn't Miss Lu Yu come to West Hill with Jian Fengqi previously? Except for Mu Qinghe and Jian Fengqi, she shouldn't be familiar with anyone else. But this young man seems to be very close to her. When did such a person appear beside Miss Lu Yu? Yan Qing looked carefully and thought to himself, Yu Ling is becoming more and more unreliable. He didn't even report such a big piece of news. If Master finds out about this later, Yan Qing suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 578. Chu Liyue quickly finished writing the letter and put it in the envelope. She walked out and handed the letter to Yan Qing. Yan Qing, please help me pass this letter to him. Yan Qing took it with both hands and said respectfully, yes. Don't worry, Miss Lu Yu. I'll definitely bring it to him. Chu Liyue was indeed quite assured of Yan Qing. She said, seeing that you came out in a hurry, I won't delay you any longer. Yan Qing cupped his fists and bowed. Take care, Miss Lu Yu. I'll take my leave. With that, he carefully put away the letter and turned to leave. Until his figure disappeared from sight, the mountain peak was still silent for a long time. Chu Liyue's gaze swept across the crowd. Senior brothers and sisters, do you have any other questions? Everyone immediately reacted. No, no. Little junior sister is busy. We'll take our leave first. With that, they really left quickly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chu Liyue, Lu Jia wanted to ask a few more questions, but he was pulled away by Yi Ranran. Chang Wanzhou glanced at the interspatial ring on Chu Liyue's hand. His eyes darkened, but he didn't say anything. He turned around and returned to his room. Chu Liyue raised her hand. The interspatial ring was a little big for her, so she put it on her thumb. Sunlight shone through her fingers. The interspatial ring seemed to have become clearer and shinier. Crack. Suddenly, a faint sound could be heard. Chu Liyue was dazed. The cosmic ring that she was wearing on her other finger suddenly cracked open a little. That was her first interspatial ring. Although its level wasn't high and the space wasn't very big, she was used to wearing it for a long time, so she didn't take it off. she didn't expect it to crack. Chu Luyue took it off and looked at the crack regretfully. But from the looks of it, there was no way to recover. She went back to her room and took out all the things in the interspatial ring. She rearranged them and put them into the interspatial ring given to her by Rongxiu. Although there were countless white crystal coins in it, there was still a lot of space. It was more than enough to store Chu Luyue's things. Suddenly, the sound of something shattering could be heard again. Chu Luyue looked over. Beside her were a few interspatial rings. He had gotten it from Jian Fengqi. There were 8 of them in total. There was a lot of money in each of them. One of them also had cracks on it. In desperation, Chu Luyue had no choice but to transfer everything into the new interspatial ring. However, as soon as he did that, the third interspatial ring also shattered. Chu Luyue stared at the crack and finally realized something. He slowly looked at the faintly glowing interspatial ring in his hand. It seemed that, it was because of this, as if to prove her conjecture, the rest of the interspatial rings were damaged one after another in a short period of time. In the end, there was not even a complete one left. When Chu Luyue transferred all the things inside, the interspatial rings directly turned into powder silently. Chu Luyue looked at the powder on the table and glanced at the interspatial ring in his hand. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. Jiang Mansion. Yuqi Song stared at Jiang Yucheng who came in. After a moment, he narrowed his eyes. Jiang Yucheng's aura was completely concealed. He seemed to have used a yuan instrument that could hide his realm. In this way, there was no difference at a glance, but others could not detect his true strength. In his heart, Wei Qi Song was almost certain that Jiang Yucheng was the one who did it. Father, Pavilion Master Yuqi. Jiang Yucheng walked in with a normal expression and greeted the two of them before sitting down beside Jiang Lizhua and facing Yuqi Song. Pavilion Master Yuqi, why are you here today? Jiang Yucheng had a gentle and polite smile on his face, and he couldn't find anything wrong with it. Yuqi Song glanced at Jiang Lizhua hesitantly. Jiang Lizhua sneered in his heart, but he laughed on the surface. Since Yucheng is already here, I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Then, he left very straightforwardly. When the door closed again, Jiang Yucheng looked at Yuqi Song again. Pavilion Master Yuqi, what do you have to say? Can you say it now? Yuqi Song didn't answer him immediately as his sharp and cold gaze slowly swept across Jiang Yucheng. After a moment, he said, Eldest young Master Jiang, why do you have the smell of blood on you? Jiang Yucheng's expression froze. Before I came, I had specially washed the bloodstains on my face and body, and I even changed my clothes. How did Yuqi Song still discover it? He forcefully calmed himself down and smiled slightly. Pavilion Master Yuqi, you're really impressive. You can even detect this. As he spoke, he raised his hand. I accidentally scratched my hand previously, and I simply cleaned it up just now. It's no wonder that you would smell this bloody smell. His hand was wrapped in gauze, and dark red blood stains seeped out. It was obvious that he was injured not long ago. Also, I couldn't see what the wound was like. Yuqi Song's eyes darkened. Could there really be such a coincidence in this world? I wanted to check his cultivation level, so I hid my aura. I wanted to look at his wrist, but his hand was bandaged. Jiang Yucheng's wrist was also covered by his wide sleeves, so I couldn't see it clearly. He really put in a lot of effort, Yuqi Song sneered in his heart. Jiang Yucheng is simply exposing himself. I see. Eldest young Master Jiang should be more careful. This time, it was scratched, but next time, it might not be so. Jiang Yucheng's pupils constricted. Yuqi Song is warning me. This old man is indeed here today for one thing. Yuqi Song didn't seem to notice the change in Jiang Yucheng's expression, and simply changed the topic. This old man remembers that the key to Thousand View Garden seems to be with you. Hearing Thousand View Garden, Jiang Yucheng's heart suddenly jumped. He forced a smile on his stiff face. That's right. The key there is indeed in my custody. Pavilion Master Yuchi, why are you asking this? Yuchi Song let out a long sigh. Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just that when this old man went to Thousand View Garden a day ago, I suddenly remembered that this old man had once given the Empress a few things when I was alive. They were all placed in the zither room of Thousand View Garden. Now that she's gone, this old man wants to take back those things as a memento. Jiang Yucheng furrowed his brows undetectably. You said that there are things that belong to you in the zither room? Yuchi Song nodded and began to count seriously. On her 10th birthday, this old man personally carved the wandering dragon wolf brush for her. On her 13th birthday, this old man prepared the zither pluck for her. Before she married you, at this point, he suddenly stopped. The room fell into a dead silence. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 579. Cough. Look at this old man's memory. That's all in the past. There's no point in talking about it anymore. After all, you're already engaged to the third princess. Yuchi Song seemed to have just reacted, and a trace of disappointment and anxiety flashed across his face. This. You don't mind, do you? The smile on Jiang Yucheng's face became even stiffer. How can that be? You're right. But some things have already happened, and there's no way to undo them. He paused for a moment, and with great difficulty, he suppressed the anger in his chest before speaking the rest of his words smoothly. Do you mean that you want to take back all these things now? Yuchi Song said with a bitter smile. This old man really has no choice. More than a year ago, the Chongshu Pavilion was ransacked. This old man has many things related to the Empress, but almost all of them were lost. In addition, the Chongshu Pavilion can't make ends meet. Those are the only things this old man has left for the Empress. As Jiang Yucheng listened, he became more and more annoyed in his heart. He forced himself to wait for Wei Qi Song to finish before saying, Pavilion Master Yuchi, I can understand your feelings. How about this? I'll personally go back and retrieve the things. After packing them up, I'll send them to the Chongshu Pavilion. How about that? Yuchi Song looked troubled. It's not impossible, but those things are quite fragmented. This old man doesn't want to trouble others. It's more appropriate for me to go personally. The smile on Jiang Yucheng's face froze slightly, and his tone became a little cold. Pavilion Master Yuchi, it's not that I don't want to give you the key, but you know that it's a place that the Empress cared about very much when she was alive. Whether it's for her or for us, it's very important. We've always tried our best to keep everything inside intact for fear of destroying it. Now that you want to retrieve the item, the most suitable way is for me to help you retrieve it. Don't worry, whatever you want, just tell me. I'll definitely help you do it. These words were already quite polite, but there was also a hint of irrefutable strength. When ordinary people heard this, they would understand that Jiang Yucheng didn't intend to hand over the key. But Yuchi Song wasn't an ordinary person. Moreover, he had come today to find trouble with Jiang Yucheng. Therefore, he also said very firmly, don't worry. This old man will only go in for a moment. I won't damage anything inside. Pavilion Master Yuchi, what? Are you questioning this old Yuchi Joe? Or are you worried about this old me? Yuchi Song's words, at Jiang Yuchi Song, Jiang Yuchi Song's at this moment, Yuchi's at this moment at Yuchi Song's. Yuchi Song, Yuchi Yuchi, at yes to yes s to be at. S. Yuchi. Yuchi Pavilion Masters' is. Yuang Yu Jiang used to me? to Yuchi, of course of you, Jiang Yucheng felt aggrieved, but this was probably the only way to get rid of Wei Qi Song. This old man still has matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. See you tomorrow at Xin Garden. Wei Qi Song's tone was firm. Jiang Yucheng was about to say that he didn't have time tomorrow when he saw that Yuchi Song had already stood up and was about to leave. Oh, right. Although eldest young Master Jiang is only slightly injured, you still need to recuperate. You have a lot of things to do at the moment. You can't have any problems, right? These words made Jiang Yucheng feel guilty. He could only swallow the rest of his words and get up to send Yuchi Song out. It wasn't until Yuchi Song left the Jiang mansion that Jiang Yucheng's expression completely turned cold. He was in too much of a hurry today, so he didn't have time to use a better method to conceal his aura. The doubts in Yuchi Song's heart must have not been dispelled, and he would definitely continue to test him. Sun Qi. This subordinate is here. Today, this young master is going into seclusion. No one is allowed to disturb me. Yes. Night fell, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. Chu Luiyue sat cross-legged in her room with her eyes closed. The force in her body circulated slowly and steadily, and the aura around her gradually strengthened. Then, she stretched out her right hand and recalled the Jingxin finger technique in her mind. At the same time, she mobilized the force in her body and surged it toward her index finger. A speck of starlight slowly appeared on her fingertip. A powerful pressure gradually spread out from the top of the tower. Chu Luiyue began to recall the Jingxin palm technique in her mind. At that time, the entire Jingxin technique was engraved on the 4 walls on the top floor of Tai Yan Academy's library. It included the Jingxin finger, the Jingxin palm, and the Jingxin fist. The level of these 3 techniques increased with each level, and the corresponding difficulty also gradually increased. She remembered the entire Jingxin technique by heart. She could almost recite it backwards. The first time she cultivated the Jingxin finger, she tried thousands of times before finally succeeding. After that, she would repeatedly practice whenever she had time. Now, she had finally mastered the Jingxin finger technique and could start to move on to the Jingxin palm technique. In her mind, the silver light gradually gathered and transformed into a blurry figure. Chu Luiyue could barely recognize that it seemed to be a man, but she could not identify anything else. He raised his hand, and a speck of starlight appeared on his index finger. Then, the speck of starlight suddenly dispersed into a few specks of starlight and landed lightly on his other fingers. The silver light quickly enveloped his entire palm. He flipped his wrist and pushed the palm out. Thousands of specks of light bloomed. Chu Luiyue opened her eyes and looked at her right hand. She focused on the speck of light on her fingertip and began to try to disperse it. However, the speck of starlight did not have any reaction. Chu Luiyue seemed to have expected this result. There was no surprise or disappointment on her face. Instead, she was even more determined to continue. Back then, in order to condense the silver speck of starlight on her index finger, she had failed countless times before finally succeeding. Now that she had to disperse it, it was equivalent to multitasking. Naturally, it was even more difficult. She circulated the force in her body again and tried again. Failure. Failure again. Failure again. The moonlight shone in from the window and shone on her body, dragging her shadow extremely long. She seemed to have entered a meditative state as she stared at her palm from beginning to end. If it were not for the force circulating around her body, one would almost think that she was a statue. Time flew by quickly. Every time she tried, the thick force would surge out from her dantian and spread to her limbs and bones. As a result, Chu Luiyue's Yuan meridian also experienced the cleansing of energy time and time again, and became stronger and wider. A night passed. When the morning sun shone down, Chu Luiyue's fingertip finally separated a small speck of light and landed on her thumb. On her hand, 2 faint silver specks flickered and shone brightly. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 580. Chu Luyue could not hide her joy as she looked at the 2 balls of light in her hands. She had finally made a breakthrough. Although she had only released 1 ball of starlight, it was already an excellent start. Chu Luyue waved her finger, and the light quietly dissipated. After circulating her force for 1 circulatory cycle, she packed up and left the room. She had not slept all night, but she was not sleepy at all. Instead, she felt more energetic. She went to the herb garden alone. The herbs she planted did not wither as quickly as before. Instead, they grew smoothly. Chu Luyue carefully took care of them. After that, her senior brothers and sisters came one after another. However, they were not here to see her this time. They were here to see the herbs. Although the pavilion master said that the herb garden had returned to normal, they were still a little worried, so they could not help but come early in the morning to take a look. They did not expect Chu Luyue to be here earlier than them. Moreover, judging from her clean and neat technique, she was clearly very good at this. Everyone was delighted, and they praised Chu Luyue even more. Little junior sister was even more amazing than they had imagined. Even elder Xia came to see her. However, compared to the others, he did not say much. He only went up to Chu Luyue and said seriously, "Thank you." "Thank you, Luyu." Chu Luyue blinked. When she saw elder Xiaoyi's expression, she immediately guessed that he must have learned about the messed yuan gravel. Her eyes curved into crescents. "You're welcome, elder Xiaoyi. I'm a disciple of the Chongshu Pavilion, so it's my duty to do this." Elder Xiaoyi sighed. "I wonder what kind of luck we have. Could it be that the heavens have finally decided to make it up to us because we've suffered too much?" The only pity was that both Chu Luyue and Chang Wanzhou had chosen Yuqi Song as their master. "Actually, I'm not much worse than the pavilion master. Sai, why didn't you choose me?" Elder Xiaoyi stroked his beard. "Hee, before you came, the pavilion master would stay on the mountain for a month or so. Now that I've accepted the 2 of you as my disciples, why are you running down the mountain frequently every day?" Only then did Chu Luyue remember that after Yuqi Song went to the Jiang mansion yesterday, she had not seen him and had not asked him about the investigation. "Master went down the mountain again today?" "Yes. He left just now. They should be halfway up the mountain by now, right?" Chu Luyue felt a little strange. Could it be that he didn't see Jiang Yuqing yesterday, so he went there again today? "Elder Xiai, do you know where Master went today? Are we going to the Jiang mansion?" Elder Xiaoyi shook his head. "That's not it. He went to Xianli Garden today." Chu Luyue was stunned. Why did she go to Xianli Garden again? Seeing Chu Luyue's bewildered expression, Elder Xiaoyi explained. "In fact, he went there today to bring some things with him. You should know that the pavilion master used to have a very good relationship with the crown princess, so she put many things there." Chu Luyue's eyelids twitched. "Are you saying that master is actually going to the zither room today?" Elder Xiaoyi asked in surprise. "How do you know that?" Chu Luyue paused and said softly, "I'm sorry. I've heard master mention it before." Elder Xiaoyi nodded without suspecting anything. "I see. You're right. He did go there. According to him, it seems that he's going to bring those things back. In fact, he did mention it before, but he was afraid that it would hurt him if he saw them, so he just left them there. I don't know why, but he suddenly changed his mind." Chu Luyue's mind raced. That day, the three-eyed eagle said that the purple gold Bodhi leaf seemed to be near the zither room. If I can go with Yuqi Song this time, I can go there legitimately. At the thought of this, she immediately said goodbye to Elder Xiaoyi and left in a hurry. Elder Xiaofan looked at her disappearing figure with a confused look on his face. Why are both master and disciple acting so strange? Chu Luiyue was very fast. When she reached the foot of the mountain, she finally caught up with Yuqi Song. Master! Yuqi Song turned around. Lu Yu? Why are you here? Chu Luiyue quickly walked to his side, and beads of sweat had already formed on her forehead. Master, I heard from Elder Xiaofan that you're going to Xianli Garden today? Yuqi Song nodded. Yes. Seeing that Chu Luiyue seemed to be in a hurry, he asked, Oh, right. When I came back yesterday, I wanted to look for you. But you and Wanzhou seemed to be cultivating, so I didn't disturb you. The day before yesterday, Chu Luiyue gave Chang Wanzhou a few more pills. Now, he was indeed busy dispelling the cold evil energy in his body. Upon hearing Yuqi Song's words, Chu Luiyue's heart suddenly felt like it was being squeezed by something. So, what did you find? Yuqi Song paused for a moment, then lowered his voice and said slowly, he concealed his aura. He concealed his aura, and his hand was injured. Although it hasn't been confirmed yet, but it should be him. Chu Luiyue held her breath. I knew it. With so much evidence pointing to Jiang Yucheng, she was basically certain in her heart. She wasn't shocked to hear this result, but she felt a little conflicted. After her death, Jiang Yucheng still didn't let her people off. In fact, she had implicated the Chongshu Pavilion. She pondered for a moment and finally said, Master, I'd like to go to Xianli Garden with you. Yuqi Song froze for a moment and didn't quite agree. Lu Yu, I actually have something to do this time, I know. Chu Luiyue looked at him fixedly. Perhaps I can help you. Yuqi Song didn't speak for a long time. He could tell that Chu Luiyue really wanted to go. She should also know that he was going to the piano room to get something. There must be a reason for her to be so persistent. Master? Chu Luiyue's tone carried a hint of longing. Yuqi Song's heart settled. All right. I'll take you there. But after you arrive, you must stay by Master's side and don't act rashly. Chu Luiyue immediately said, Thank you, Master. Looking at her smiling eyes that were like a galaxy, the last bit of hesitation in Yuqi Song's heart completely disappeared. If she didn't want to say, then he wouldn't ask. She was a child who was willing to gamble her life for the Chongshu Pavilion. Why wouldn't he trust her? No matter what, he just needed to protect her. Let's go. When Yuqi Song and Chu Luiyue arrived at the entrance of Xianli Garden, Jiang Yucheng was already waiting for them. Seeing Chu Luiyue following behind Yuqi Song, Jiang Yucheng frowned imperceptibly. Why is Chu Luiyue here too? But he still walked forward with a calm expression, Pavilion Master Yuqi. Chu Luiyue's gaze fell on Jiang Yucheng. As expected, he used a yuan tool to conceal his aura. The gauze on his hand had clearly been changed, and there was nothing strange about it. It was just a glance, but she quickly withdrew her gaze. Jiang Yucheng walked to Yuqi Song and stood in front of him. He glanced at him lightly and smiled, Pavilion Master Yuqi, you didn't seem to have said yesterday that you would bring someone else today. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 581. Yuqi Song chuckled and said, Because I happen to have something to hand over to Lu Yu, so I asked her to come along. Young Master Jiang, you won't mind, right? Jiang Yucheng's smile didn't change, but his tone was a little cold. Pavilion Master Yuqi is too polite. It's just that this zither room is a little special. Me accompanying you here today is already an exception. I'm afraid unrelated people can't go in. Chu Luiyue raised her eyebrows slightly. Unrelated people? Jiang Yucheng was getting better and better at talking. He hadn't really taken the position yet, but he was already putting himself in such a high position. Wasn't he afraid that he would accidentally fall to his death in the future? That place was originally her place. Why did Jiang Yuqing become the master in the end? When Yuqi Song heard the last sentence, his expression didn't look too good. Lu Yu is this old man's last disciple, not some random person. Young Master Jiang, please be careful with your words in the future. Jiang Yuqing had only said it casually. He didn't take Chu Luyue seriously at all. He didn't expect Yuqi Song's attitude to be so unyielding. It seemed that he didn't think highly of Chu Luyue. He laughed, Pavilion Master Yuqi, don't be angry. I didn't mean it. Don't take it to heart. I'm just trying to protect the princess's zither room, aren't I? Lu Yu is a child who knows her limits. Moreover, this old man brought her here personally. You don't have to worry. Ever since he knew that Jiang Yuqing was most likely the mastermind behind the destruction of their entire Chongshu pavilion, Yuqi Song didn't have much patience with him and spoke much more harshly. Jiang Yuqing choked for a moment and could only say, Pavilion Master Yuqi, I'm naturally at ease. Please. After saying that, he took the lead and walked in. Yuqi Song and Chu Luyue followed closely behind. As Jiang Yuqing walked, he was secretly puzzled. For some reason, the Yuqi Song seemed to have changed a lot recently. In the past, he was always very dispirited and was too lazy to pay attention to many things. As long as it wasn't too overboard, he would usually let it go. But now, he seemed to be much more energetic and sharp than before. Could it be because of the mixed yuan gravel? In the past 2 days, he had sent people to inquire about Chang Wanzhou. He had come from Nanjiang. If he wasn't wrong, he should have guessed that there was a problem with the mixed yuan gravel. But who was the one who did it? Jiang Yuqing thought about it for a whole night, but he still couldn't figure out who had removed the mixed yuan gravel in the Chongshu pavilion. Yuqi Song was injured and had never recovered. It couldn't be him. That left Xia Yi as the most likely candidate. The few of them walked together and soon arrived at Thousand View Garden. Chu Luyue walked forward without looking sideways. His expression was calm, but he was secretly determining the position of the guards around him. No one was more familiar with everything here than she was. She knew exactly where the guards were and where the hiding places were. Compared to the last time they were here, there were obviously fewer people on guard here. But it was still very strict. And the closer they got to the zither room, the more so. Chu Luyue sneered in his heart. If it wasn't for his guilty conscience, why would Jiang Yuqing guard this place so tightly? Even when Yuqi Song came to pick up a few things, he had to accompany her personally. Was he afraid that someone would discover something? After walking for a while, a lake appeared in front of them. There was a winding corridor on the lake, and opposite it was a small building. It was quiet, elegant, quiet, and peaceful. That was her former zither room. When she was free or in a bad mood, she would often come here. However, when she saw it again, her state of mind was completely different. Because back then, it was here that she drank the last cup of tea that Jiang Yuqing made. Since then, everything had changed drastically. In other words, this was actually the place where Jiang Yuqing officially began to plot against her. So, of course, he would pay special attention to this place. Jiang Yuqing stood in front and turned around. Pavilion Master Wei Qi, the zither room is ahead. I'll go in with you. But, his gaze fell on Chu Luyue. Chu Luyue's lips curled up. Master, go with young Master Jiang. I'll wait for you here. Yuqi Song nodded. Okay. I'll be back soon. With that, he stepped onto the winding corridor on the lake with Jiang Yuqing and headed towards the zither room. Chu Luyue stood where he was and looked at their backs with a smile. Jiang Yuqing seemed to have suddenly sensed something and turned around to take a look. By the lake in the distance, the woman in red stood gracefully. There was a faint smile on her beautiful face as she looked at him from afar. Because there was a distance between them, her face and figure were a little blurry. But it was this blur that made her resemble a person. Jiang Yucheng's heart thumped violently. In an instant, almost the same scene appeared in his mind. A woman in exquisite palace attire, with a graceful figure, stood with a smile on her face. She was graceful and luxurious, but also beautiful and moving. Like the sun in the clouds, she was brilliant and dazzling. No one dared to blaspheme her, but she always had an extreme attraction, making people unconsciously yearn for her. At that time, she had also stood by the lake like this, smiling at him. The two figures gradually overlapped, causing his mind to be in chaos. Jiang Yucheng closed his eyes fiercely. When he opened them again, he found that Chu Luyue had already sat down on the jade wall by the lake. It was paved with carefully selected clear jade. It was clear and moist, and when the water rippled, it could reflect the light of the waves. The two figures that were almost completely merged suddenly separated. He shook his head, but a faint contempt grew in his heart. As expected of an ordinary background, his description and bearing were so careless. If, in the end, there was still a difference between heaven and earth. He turned his head. Chu Luyue sat there, gently swinging his legs, one hand intentionally or unintentionally rubbing the jade beside him. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 582. This Xianli garden had existed when Taizu was still around. When her father bestowed it to her, he had specially renovated it. At that time, he had even specially asked for her opinion. It could be said that everything here was arranged according to Chu Luyue's preferences. Especially this 1,000-view garden. It was almost single-handedly arranged by Chu Luyue. The clear jade stones beneath her were piled up in a picturesque manner, outlining exquisite patterns according to different shapes and colors. A gentle breeze blew, and ripples appeared on the lake, spreading to the jade wall and reflecting the light. Chu Luyue looked down, as if attracted by the scenery. The people in charge of guarding the place stared at her for a while and didn't take it to heart. It was said that this Chu Luyue came from a small country outside heaven's canopy, so it was inevitable that she would be curious when she saw this. After a while, Chu Luyue retracted her gaze. Fortunately, the things here hadn't been touched yet. It seemed that Jiang Yucheng hadn't discovered the secret of this place in the past year. Chu Luyue couldn't help but rejoice in her heart. One of the important reasons why she had spent a huge amount of manpower and resources to rebuild Xianli Garden was because many of the hidden mechanisms here had gradually lost their function due to the passage of time. She was familiar with everything here, including these. Back then, Jiang Yucheng often came here to accompany her. Sometimes, when they chatted, he would intentionally or unintentionally ask about it. Chu Luyue chose some unimportant things to tell him. However, she never mentioned some of the more important things. Especially this zither room. Back then, she just wanted to leave herself some space alone, but now it seemed that it was fortunate that she didn't say anything back then. Jiang Yucheng had always thought that the mechanism here was in the 9 winding corridors, but in fact, it was hidden on the lake and the jade wall beside the lake. After confirming that everything was fine, Chu Luyue felt slightly relieved and looked up at the zither room across the lake. Jiang Yucheng just took out the key, opened the door, and walked in with Yuchi Song. The music room was not big. It only had 2 floors. The door was pushed open, and a bitter yet refreshing smell lingered in his nose. Yuchi Song was a little startled. "This is the smell of golden rosin?" Jiang Yucheng, who was standing beside him, gently nodded his head. "Not bad." Yuchi Song's eyes fell on a guqin placed in the room. He walked over. This was a phoenix-tailed zither carved from redwood with golden silk. Its entire body was a rich reddish-brown color. When light shone on it, fine golden lines would appear. One of the strings on the zither was already broken. Every 2 months, I will personally come here to apply golden rosin to this ancient zither. Jiang Yuqing explained. Yuqi Song looked at the broken strings and frowned. This is, when Empress Concubine played the zither for the last time, she broke this string. Originally, I wanted to find someone to repair it, but after thinking for a long time, I gave up. This was Empress Concubine's most beloved zither. Now that she is no longer here, even if it is repaired, no one will play it again. It will only increase the sadness. Jiang Yuqing said softly. Yuqi Song nodded, but his heart was very uncomfortable. In fact, this was the first time he had come here after her accident. He thought that after more than a year, many emotions should have calmed down. But when he saw it with his own eyes, he realized that it was not the case. The same deep pain was still surging. Jiang Yuqing reminded Pavilion Master Yuqi, everything here is still the same as before. You can take whatever you want. Yuqi Song took a deep breath and looked around. He walked around the first floor and took a few things one after another. Jiang Yuqing followed beside him. After confirming that what he took was indeed what he said the day before, he felt a little relieved. Then, he lifted his foot and was about to go up to the second floor. Jiang Yuqing's expression suddenly changed. Pavilion Master Yuqi, haven't you already taken everything you wanted? Yuqi Song said, oh, what this old man told you yesterday was only a part of it. There should be some more on the second floor. Why? Can't I go to the second floor? Jiang Yuqing clenched his fists and forced a smile. How can that be? I'll accompany you. As he spoke, he rushed upstairs in front of him. Yuqi Song narrowed his eyes and followed. There were much fewer things on the second floor, but some of them were placed properly. Yuqi Song looked around and took 2 things, but he was a little puzzled. There didn't seem to be anything strange here. Why was Jiang Yuqing so nervous just now? Pavilion Master Yuqi, have you taken all your things? Jiang Yuqing asked. He was chasing him away. Yuqi Song looked around again before finally planning to leave. When he went downstairs, he inadvertently glanced around, but his gaze suddenly froze. The sound of Jiang Yuqing's footsteps came from behind him. Yuqi Song continued to walk down without batting an eyelid. When he walked to the side of the guqin, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. This guqin, it's really a pity, Jiang Yuqing didn't understand what was going on. He only thought that he was thinking of someone when he saw the object, so he echoed, that's right. Now that the strings are broken, the person is gone. In this world, I'm afraid that no one can play the same guqin as the Empress Concubine. Yuqi Song suddenly asked, by the way, you said that the strings were accidentally broken when the Empress Concubine played for the last time? That's right. Were you here at that time? Jiang Yuqing's eyes flashed. That's not true. It was the day after that when I saw the Empress Concubine, she mentioned this matter. I see, Yuqi Song murmured to himself. Suddenly, he said meaningfully, the Empress Concubine must have felt very uncomfortable at that time, right? This is her favorite guqin. Jiang Yuqing felt that his tone was a little strange, and he felt inexplicably uneasy. He only echoed twice and didn't say anything else. Yuqi Song lifted his foot and left. Jiang Yuqing was about to follow when Yuqi Song suddenly said, this old man will bring Lu Yu back. Eldest young Master Jiang, there's no need to send me off. Jiang Yuqing didn't want to send him off, so he agreed. In that case, I'll go back later and burn incense on that guqin again. Chu Luyue looked up and saw Yuqi Song walking towards her alone. Jiang Yuqing didn't follow. Instead, he turned around and returned to the room. Chu Luyue stood up and was about to speak when she saw that Yuqi Song's expression was a little strange. Her heart skipped a beat. Master? Yuqi Song only said briefly, let's go back. Chu Luyue didn't ask any more questions. She only nodded and left with Yuqi Song. Jiang Yucheng returned to the zither room. The moment he closed the door, his face darkened. Why did Yuchi Song suddenly ask those questions when he was about to leave? He was clearly fine before. Could it be that he discovered something? But that shouldn't be the case. He had clearly tidied up everything here carefully. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out. He could only suppress the doubts in his heart. Perhaps he had been thinking too much recently. On the other side, Chu Luiyue followed Yuchi Song out of Xin Li Garden. The two of them were silent along the way. When they reached a remote road, Yuchi Song finally stopped. He placed one hand on the wall and bowed slightly. "Master, what's wrong with you?" A better reading experience came from the Love Network. Chapter 583. Yuchi Song's other hand was tightly pressed against his heart as he panted violently. His forehead was covered in sweat and his face was pale. Chu Luiyue was shocked. "Master? What's wrong with you? Could it be that something happened inside just now?" However, when the two of them came out, there didn't seem to be anything strange. Crack. A crisp sound was heard. Yuchi Song had used too much force and directly crushed the wall beside him. Chu Luiyue was even more worried. He supported his body from the side and realized that his body was trembling violently. Little Yueya, Weiqi Song spat out a name from between his teeth with great difficulty. Chu Luiyue was stunned. "It's him. It's really him." Every word Yuchi Song said seemed to be said through clenched teeth, containing deep shock and anger. Chu Luiyue suddenly paused. Could it be that Yuchi Song meant, "It's really him"? Yuchi Song clenched his fist and smashed it against the wall. The entire wall was instantly covered in cracks. Chu Luiyue quickly said, "Master, there are too many people here. Let's go back first." Weiqi Song finally snapped out of his stupor. He straightened up and slowly pushed Chu Luiyue's hand away. The expression on his face had returned to normal, but there was still a hint of vigilance and hatred in his eyes that had not faded. Chu Luiyue actually wanted to ask what had happened, but this was obviously not the right time. Yuchi Song stood on the spot for a while before looking at Chu Luiyue and saying apologetically, "Luyu, did I scare you?" Chu Luiyue shook his head. "It's good that master is fine." Weiqi Song's lips curled into a mocking smile. "I'm fine. I just discovered something, Jiang Yucheng. He really deserved to be hacked into pieces. Luyu, you can go back first. I want to be alone." Yuchi Song said tiredly. Chu Luiyue hesitated for a moment. "Then be careful, master." Yuchi Song nodded and looked at her with relief. "Luyu. Thank you for your understanding." Chu Luiyue smiled and turned to leave. After Chu Luiyue left, Yuchi Song stood there for a while, then turned and walked in another direction. Chu Luiyue did not return to the Chongshu Pavilion immediately. Instead, he went to the largest auction house in Xiling City, Yuxiang Hall. This auction house was very famous because it could always find rare treasures, so it was very popular. Many of the nobles in Xiling City liked to stroll around here whenever they had nothing to do, hoping to find something they liked. And sometimes, because of the crowd, it would be auctioned at a shocking price. Chu Luiyue had come here several times in disguise, so she had bought quite a few items that she liked. In front of Yuxiang Hall stood two handsome servants. They were both rank 6 martial artists and were not weak. To be able to send such servants was enough to prove the strength of Yuxiang Hall. There were not many guests today. In fact, other than the monthly auction where all the nobles in Xiling City gathered here, Yuxiang Hall was relatively quiet at other times. After all, even if it was just an ordinary auction, ordinary people were not qualified to enter. Chu Luiyue had just walked to the door when the eyes of the two servants lit up. This woman looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. Her appearance was beautiful and her temperament was calm and noble. At first glance, she was very extraordinary. It was just that this face was somewhat unfamiliar. When did such a noble lady appear in Xiling City? "Miss, what's your surname?" One of the servants walked forward with a polite and eager smile on his face. Chu Luiyue said, "Chu." The servant thought that there was indeed no big shot with the surname Chu in the city. Although this person's clothes were simple, his aura was extraordinary. He still had to treat him well. He smiled and explained, "Miss Chu, you look unfamiliar. It should be your first time here, right?" Chu Luiyue nodded. "Since it's your first time here, you might not know much about Yuxiang Hall. First-time guests had to pay a certain fee before entering the room. Asking for money before entering the door. Only one in the entire Xiling City dared to do so. We have a total of 3 types of fees. The first type is the most common, 10 white crystal coins. The second type is 50 white crystal coins. The third type is 100 white crystal coins. The higher the grade, the better your position after entering." Chu Luiyue took out the money from the universe ring. "This is 100 white crystal coins." When the servant saw the universe ring on her hand, a look of shock flashed across his eyes. Those who were able to serve here were all discerning people. With a quick glance just now, he could tell that the universe ring was of an extremely high grade. This Miss Chu really hid her strength well. He immediately took the money respectfully. "Miss Chu, please." Another servant came forward and presented a golden plate with a number written on it, 16. "Miss Chu, this is your token. After entering, it will represent your identity." Chu Luiyue kept the golden token. "Miss Chu, please follow me." Chu Luiyue followed the servant all the way inside and soon entered an auction hall. In the middle of the hall was a display stage, surrounded by a ring of neatly arranged seats. There were a total of 3 levels. The seats at the bottom were the most, while the seats at the top were private rooms. The servant brought Chu Luiyue to one of the private rooms. "You can overlook the entire auction hall from here. Moreover, your identity will be kept a secret," the servant said respectfully. Chu Luiyue nodded. "The auction will start in a while. You can rest here first. If there's anything you like, just raise your token and bid. Everything that you bid for will be sent to you by someone." Those who chose to come to the 3rd level usually didn't lack money. They usually valued privacy more. Some didn't want to be recognized, and some didn't want to get into trouble after their identities were exposed after bidding for treasures. On this point, Yuxiang Hall had always been very good. "I got it. You can leave first," Chu Luiyue said. The servant bowed and left, carefully closing the door. Chu Luiyue stood by the window and looked down. This window was specially made. One could see outside from the inside, but the outside couldn't see inside. Hence, one could be assured that no one would see them inside. At this point, quite a few people had already taken their seats on the 1st and 2nd levels. Chu Luiyue scanned the surroundings and saw a few familiar faces. 2 of them were people that he had just met not long ago. Jiang Yuji and Xiahou Tingan. The 2 of them sat side by side on the 2nd level. Xiahou Tingan said something that made Jiang Yuji laugh non-stop. It seemed that the storm that had been stirred up earlier had been suppressed. Chu Luiyue raised his brows. It seems like Xiahou Tingan really wants Jiang Yuji. At this point, a white jade platform slowly rose from the center of the display stage. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 584. The hall instantly quietened down as everyone looked over. The auction was about to begin. When the white jade platform came to a stop, a ripple suddenly appeared in the void beside it. Immediately, an old man walked out from within. There was no fluctuation of force around him, but everyone's hearts trembled. A person who could tear the void apart with his bare hands was not to be underestimated. The old man's hair was white, but he was hale and hearty, with a kind and benevolent smile on his face. Seeing him come out, there was a moment of restlessness in the hall. Why is it Elder Song? Doesn't he usually only host big auctions? I don't know. I don't think I've heard of him before. He's one of the top auctioneers in Yuxiang Hall. Today's auction actually managed to invite him. Could it be that there's some rare treasure? Everyone discussed animatedly. Song Zheng looked at the crowd with a smile. Welcome, everyone. Just as everyone guessed, today's auction will be hosted by this old man. Once he opened his mouth, the surrounding noise instantly dissipated. Hearing him say that, many people's faces revealed excitement. For Song Zheng to come, there must really be some rare item to be auctioned. Even if they could not bid for it, it was worth it to come today. Yuxiang Hall's rule, the highest bidder wins. I believe everyone is already anxious from waiting. This old man will not waste any more words and will directly start the auction. As soon as he finished speaking, a green jade bottle appeared on the white jade platform beside him. This is a 5th grade clear recovery pill. It can increase the success rate of breaking through to a 6th grade warrior to 90%. Starting price, 200 white crystal coins. 200 white crystal coins might be a lot in the eyes of ordinary people, but here, it was merely a starting price. Moreover, such an elixir was still very attractive to many cultivators. Just as Song Zheng's voice fell, someone immediately started bidding, 210. 230, 245. Chu Luiyue took a look. Those who bid were basically those people on the first floor. Those who sat there were basically itinerant cultivators in Xiling City or people from small families. Generally speaking, to be able to sit here, they had a certain amount of power and wealth. However, compared to the people on the 2 floors above, it was far from enough. Those who could go up to the 2nd floor were basically the children of influential families. For example, Jiang Yuji and Xiahou Chunan. They had the support of their families and rich resources. Basically, they would not bid for things like pills in this kind of place. As for the 3rd floor, needless to say, after a round of bidding, the clear recovery pill was finally bought by a young man at the price of 300 white crystal coins. This could be considered a good start. Soon, the 2nd item was pushed up. It was a broadsword that was entirely bronze in color. Its aura was astonishing. This is the Cloud Sky Copper Sword. It cut through hair like mud, extremely sharp. Starting price, 500 white crystal coins. Each bid must be at least 50 white crystal coins. This was only the 2nd auction item, and the starting price had already risen to 500 white crystal coins per kilogram, which was really shocking. Chu Luiyue stared at the sword for a while. It's a good sword. The value of this sword was definitely far more than 500 white crystal coins. If not for the fact that she already had the long yuan sword, she would have really wanted to bid for this sword. She touched her chin and suddenly had an idea. Oh right. Chang Wanzhou doesn't seem to have a suitable yuan instrument yet. This sword seems to be quite suitable for him. Girl, bid for this sword. Taizu's voice suddenly sounded. This is a good material. Chu Luiyue was dazed. Taizu, what do you mean? Shengguan Jing laughed out loud. This is the rare K-Ling bronze. This K-Ling bronze is still in its original form. As long as you polish it properly, you can make the world's best sword. This item can only be found by chance. No matter how much it costs, just bid for it. Chu Luiyue lightly nodded. Okay. Since even Taizu praised it, it proves that this item is indeed rare. After polishing it, it's not bad to give it to Chang Wanzhou to use. 2nd floor. When Jiang Yuji saw the sword, her eyes immediately lit up. Tingan, what do you think of that sword? Xiahou Tingan looked at her expression and understood what was going on. The heavy sword has no edge, and it's simple yet majestic. It's indeed a good sword. Do you like it? Jiang Yuji hurriedly nodded. Yeah. Although the sword I used before isn't bad, compared to this, it's a far cry. Just the aura alone is a few levels lower. If I can get my hands on this sword, my strength will definitely rise to the next level. Jiang Yuji couldn't hide her excitement. I must bid for it. From the start to the end, her eyes never left the cloud sky copper sword. Xiahou Tingan could tell that she really liked it. He paused for a moment and smiled. After pondering for a moment, he said with a smile, since you like it so much, I'll bid for it and give it to you. Jiang Yuji was shocked. Really? The starting price of this sword is 500 white crystal coins. If you like it, it's naturally good. It's worth this price. As long as you're happy, the amount isn't important. Xiahou Tingan spoke confidently. Ever since he caused a ruckus at 100 Herbs building, his father gave him quite a bit of money to make peace with Jiang Yuji. This time, he managed to invite her out with much difficulty, so he naturally had to perform well. He touched his interspatial ring. This money is more than enough to bid for a sword. Hearing him say this, Jiang Yuji was elated as she hugged his arm and acted coquettishly. Tingan, you're so nice. Xiahou Tingan smiled gently and started to raise his paddle. At this point, the cloud sky copper sword had already started to be auctioned, 550. 600, 650. There were quite a few people participating in the auction, and the price quickly went up. Xiahou Tingan directly said, 800 white crystals. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall fell silent for a moment, and everyone looked over. Just like that, he added 150 white crystal coins to the price. That was a huge sum of money. Songjing smiled and glanced at Xiahou Tingan, 800 white crystals. Does anyone else want to increase the price? After a short pause, a burly man with a full beard on the first floor continued shouting 850. Xiahou Tingan smiled confidently, 1,000 white crystals. The crowd was shocked again. That was a full double of what he had earned. He increases the price so harshly every time. This shows how determined he is to get this cloud sky copper sword. That burly man hesitated for a long time before he finally clenched his teeth and increased the price, 1,100. This price had basically exceeded what most people on the first floor could accept. Xiahou Tingan said without hesitation again, 1,300. In the hall, only the two of them were left bidding. That burly man looked conflicted, but he could only punch him in the end and choose to give up. A victorious smile appeared on Xiahou Tingan's face. But before he could smile, he heard a clear voice coming from the third floor, 2,000. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 585. 2,000 White Crystals. The crowd almost thought that they had heard wrongly as they looked up in shock. They wanted to see who was so generous. But as the design of the rooms on the third floor was very ingenious, the people sitting below couldn't tell which room the voice came from. To protect the privacy of the guests on the third floor, Yuxiang Hall's rooms were built with special materials. Anyone's voice would have a strange change when it came from inside, making it hard for people to distinguish. Even if they were very familiar with the room, they wouldn't be able to tell whose voice it was when they stood outside the room. Therefore, although the crowd was filled with curiosity, they were unable to find out who the bidder was. The smile on Xiahou Tingan's face froze. He was first shocked before he was enraged. Who exactly is it? They're actually bidding with me at this time? They even directly raised the price to this level? This cloud sky copper sword is not bad, but it's at most worth 1,000 white crystals. I previously bid 1,300, and it's already considered a premium. I didn't expect someone to bid 2,000. What's wrong with this person? Jiang Yuji knitted her brows, and disgust flashed across her face. Who's so daring to openly snatch my item? Since the other party is on the third floor, they can definitely see that Xiao Tingan is with me. They seem to be bidding with Xiao Tingan, but in actual fact, they don't even care about me. Jiang Yuji was spoiled since she was young. Recently, because of her relationship with Jiang Yucheng, everyone tried to please her. She had long treated herself as noble as a princess and didn't care about anyone else. However, Xiao Tingan still had brains. Those who could go up to the third floor were either rich or respectable. Since they dared to say this, they definitely had a certain level of confidence. Yuji, don't be anxious. Since the other party wants to bid, we'll fight with them. As he spoke, Xiao Tingan raised his card again, 2,100. When Song Zheng heard the price of 2,000 white crystals, the wrinkles on his face bloomed like a flower. Now that he saw Xiao Tingan increasing the price, he was naturally even happier. 2,100, is there anyone else who wants to bid? Although this was said to the crowd, everyone understood that this was actually said to the mysterious guest on the third floor. Those on the first floor had long withdrawn from the competition. There weren't many people on the second floor today, but most of them knew Xiao Tingan and Jiang Yuji. They would be crazy to provoke these two people over this sword. Forget about Xiao Tingan, but the key is Jiang Yuji. They couldn't wait to curry favor with Jiang Yucheng's younger sister, so how could they take the initiative to offend her? Thus, the people on the second floor all fell silent and watched from the sidelines. That left only the one on the third floor. 2,500. A lazy voice sounded from within. Even though his voice had changed, it was not difficult to hear the indifference of the speaker, as if he did not take this matter to heart at all. However, he added 400 white crystal coins just by casually opening his mouth. When there were more than 1,000 points, it was normal for them to compete with each other. However, the current price. This was no longer a competition for this sword. Xiao Tingan's face was tense as he gripped the armrest of the chair tightly with one hand, and his knuckles turned white. 2,500 father did give me quite a bit of money, but this price. He glanced from the corner of his eye and saw Jiang Yuji knitting her brows in displeasure. His heart instantly skipped a beat. It was the same situation at 100 Herbs Building that day. After that, I finally managed to pacify Jiang Yuji with much difficulty. If it happens again today, I can't bear the consequences. Xiao Tingan clenched his teeth. Anyway, father already said that the money spent on Jiang Yuji would be transferred to another account. What do I have to be afraid of? As long as I can get Jiang Yuji, I'll be connected to the Jiang family after the marriage is settled. Do I have to be afraid that I won't be able to get back this loss in the future? Thinking of this, he made up his mind. 2,800. As expected, Jiang Yuji's expression turned for the better. Yuji, don't worry. I let you down for the previous incident. This time, I definitely won't. 5,000. Before Xiao Tingan could finish his sentence, the other party actually increased the price again. The crowd gasped in unison. 5,000 white crystals. This person is too. This sword is not bad, but 5,000 white crystals. That's ridiculous. The crowd finally couldn't help but become restless. Who exactly is that person? How can he be so generous? 5,000 white crystals. Just for this sword. I really don't understand the world of the rich. Could it be that their money grew on trees? Noisy discussions could be heard clearly. Chu Luyue, who was sitting in the room, raised his brows slightly and smiled. I don't know if other people's money grows on trees. She only knew that it was really easy for her to earn money. When I first came to Xiling, I couldn't even fork out 10 white crystals as a toll fee, and even had to fight with others to earn it. Now, it hasn't even been a month, but I'm already rich. Actually, I still don't know how much money I have. But that's not important. The important thing is, it feels good to have money to spend. Xiahou Tingan felt like he was hit by a stick, and his entire person was dazed. When he shouted 2,800 just now, he still thought that he could fight with the other party if he clenched his teeth. However, he didn't expect the other party to directly raise it to 5,000. At the side, Jiang Yuji was clearly stunned by the other party's inhumane way of increasing the price, and she didn't say anything for a while. Seeing that the two of them didn't react, the voice sounded again. Are you still playing? If you don't, I'll do it myself. Xiahou Tingan's face turned pale. I'll do it. 5,000. Before he could say anything, the person continued. 10,000. How indecisive. Chu Luiyue touched his chin. This time, Xiahou Tingan can finally shut up, right? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 586. Not only did Xiahou Tingan shut his mouth. Everyone in the auction hall quietened down. The air seemed to have frozen at that moment. Everyone's expression was very interesting. Even the experienced Song Zheng's eyes froze for a moment. What kind of operation is this? Not only did he take the initiative to make the other party raise the price, but he even doubled the price before the other party finished speaking. He doesn't even care about Xiahou Tingan. Quite a few people secretly glanced at Xiahou Tingan and indeed saw that his expression was very ugly, as if he had swallowed a fly. Brutal. Too brutal. How aggrieved must Xiahou Tingan be? Not only is the person bidding with me rich, but he also has guts. At this point, Song Zheng had already recovered his senses as he coughed and continued asking. 10,000 white crystals. Is there anyone else who wants to continue bidding? Nobody said anything. Xiahou Tingan almost broke the armrest of the chair. He felt that he had never been as conflicted as he was now in his 20-odd years of life. Don't increase the price? Jiang Yuji is sitting at the side, and I previously promised to buy this sword for her. Increase the price? I don't even have that much money on me. Besides, it's hard for people not to notice such a large sum of money even if it's transferred to another account. At this point, Xiahou Tingan couldn't back down. 10,000 white crystals going once. Xiahou Tingan took a deep breath in and forced himself to calm down as he looked at Jiang Yuji beside him. He looked at Jiang Yuji and said warmly, Yuji, do you still want that sword? Jiang Yuji knitted her thin brows tightly. Of course. Actually, at the start, I just purely liked it. But now, I'm fighting for my pride. Xiahou Tingan's head hurt, but he could only persuade her patiently. Yuji, it's naturally not a problem for me to help you bid for this sword. But the key now is, we don't know who that person is. Think about it. If the other party can see us, he definitely knows our identities, but he still dares to do this. His identity must be extraordinary. Jiang Yuji knitted her brows even tighter. So what? Am I, Jiang Yuji, afraid of him? 10,000 white crystals going twice. Xiahou Tingan choked as he forcefully suppressed the annoyance in his heart and softly persuaded her. Yuji. Of course we're not afraid of him. But the key point is that the timing is very sensitive now. You also know that the marriage between the third princess and your brother has been put on the agenda. The more it was like this, the more people were staring at him. If we really spent 10,000 white crystal coins to buy this sword today, what would everyone say if word got out? People will definitely say that you're a spendthrift. What if it affects your brother? Upon hearing him mention Jiang Yucheng, Jiang Yuji's expression changed slightly. She didn't care about other people, but her brother's future and reputation were extremely important. Seeing that she finally gave in, Xiahou Tingan continued. You also know that the more powerful a person is, the more careful they have to be with their words and actions. If your brother knew that you gave up this sword for him, he would definitely be very gratified. Once things are settled, wouldn't it be easy for you to get whatever you want? These last words finally made Jiang Yucheng change his mind. Alright. Let's forget about it this time. Xiahou Tingan's worried heart finally relaxed. 10,000 white crystal coins going thrice, deal. Jiang Yuji glanced at the cloud sky copper sword indignantly. If I find out who it is, I definitely won't let him off. Xiahou Tingan suddenly thought of something and suddenly leaned toward Jiang Yucheng's ear to whisper something. Jiang Yuji was shocked. Are you serious? Is this useful? Xiahou Tingan clenched his fists and hammered his chest. Don't worry about me. Chu Luyue crossed his arms as his gaze swept past the two of them in a seemingly smiling manner. These two people seem to really want to know who stole them. If they know that it's me, I wonder what kind of expression they will have. Originally, I bought this cloud sky copper sword because I listened to Taizu's suggestion. But now, it seems like I've profited since I can anger Jiang Yucheng and Xiahou Tingan at the same time. The auction continued. Some of the items that were presented later on weren't bad. But with the previous commotion, the subsequent auctions seemed much calmer. Chu Luyue had also been watching, but she didn't see any treasures that caught her eye, so she didn't bid again. Originally, she wanted to leave early, but thinking that Song Zheng was here and that there might be a final treasure, she continued to wait patiently. In another private room on the same floor, Jian Fengqi was leaning against the chair lazily. Shui Lu walked over from the side of the window and sat down beside him. Her delicate and charming face was full of smiles. I didn't expect to be able to watch a good show for free on this trip today. I really didn't come for nothing. Jian Fengqi's lips curved up into a sinister smile as he held the fan in his hand and lightly tapped it on his knee. How did Xiahou Tingan offend you? Why are you so happy to see him suffer? Shui Lu rolled her eyes. However, she was born very beautiful, and her aura was also good. Hence, her rolling eyes looked rather clean and beautiful. That idiot previously booked my place and wanted to listen to music, but he wasn't honest in the end. When she first came to Xiling, there were indeed quite a few people who wanted to take advantage of her. However, Chun Fong Restaurant's people weren't to be trifled with. After a series of attacks, nobody dared to do so anymore. Jian Fengqi was a little surprised. He has the guts? Shui Lu chuckled. He just drank 2 more glasses of wine, and he doesn't know who he is anymore. He keeps mentioning the Xiahou family, but he's really powerful. You didn't teach him a lesson? Why do you think he stayed at home for 3 months and didn't go out? Jian Fengqi gave her a thumbs up. Little Lu is indeed the best. Shui Lu slapped his hand away. Don't give me that. Actually, I don't mind telling you that compared to seeing Xiahou Tingan suffer, I prefer to see Jiang Yuji so angry that she can't speak. Jian Fengqi seemed to have expected this as he smiled. Isn't it because she offended? That person didn't even take it to heart, but you're still brooding over it. Even until now, Shui Lu was still angry at Jiang Yuji. Shui Lu sneered. People like Jiang Yuji. Someone has to teach her a lesson. Now that she has Jiang Yucheng as her backing, she's very powerful and wants to do whatever she wants in Xiling City. She has countless enemies, but she doesn't even know it. What a joke. Jian Fengqi raised his eyebrows slightly. You've bought what you wanted to buy today and watched the show. Are you happy now? Actually, I really want to know who won the bid for the sword just now. Before he could finish his sentence, his gaze suddenly turned cold. He hurriedly stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the display stage. Shui Lu was shocked. What's wrong? At the same time, Chu Luyue, who was in the other room, also stood up and stared at the cage that suddenly appeared on the stage in disbelief. A woman was trapped in the huge metal cage. Her clothes were tattered, and she looked haggard. Her long hair hung down and covered half of her face. However, Chu Luyue still recognized her at one glance. That's actually Mu Hongyu. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 587. Her eyes were closed and she was motionless, as if she had fainted. In an instant, countless questions flashed across Chu Liyue's mind. Shouldn't Mu Hongyu be in country Yao Chen's imperial capital now? Why would she appear here? Moreover, she looked so pathetic. That familiar face had lost a lot of weight and there were bloodstains on her body. Chu Liyue's heart seemed to be gripped tightly by something. He couldn't wait to rush over and bring Mu Hongyu out of that cage. Seeing such a huge iron cage suddenly appear on the stage with a young lady trapped inside, the entire auction hall fell into a strange silence. Song Zheng looked around and seemed to be very satisfied with this effect. Everyone, this is the finale of today's auction, the faint yuan body. Just as his voice fell, it was as if a stone was thrown into a lake, causing countless waves. The entire hall was in an uproar. Faint yuan body? Is it the rumored special physique that allows one to travel through space at will? Isn't that something that only exists in legends? I heard that this physique was completely extinct 1,000 years ago. Could it be that a new faint yuan body has appeared in the world now? Since Yuxiang Hall dares to put her up for auction, they must have already confirmed it. No wonder they invited Song Zheng today. Such a big piece of news, but they didn't reveal it at all. That's strange too. Yuxiang Hall would usually only display such a rare existence in big auctions. Why would they randomly choose to do it today? If they released the news first, there would definitely be people from all over the world who heard the news. At that time, wouldn't they be able to get a better price? Chu Liyue's heart skipped a beat, and the blood in her body seemed to have frozen. Song Zheng's words mean. Mu Hongyu actually has the faint yuan body? How is this possible? She had interacted with Mu Hongyu for so long, but she had never discovered this point. In fact, it was very likely that Mu Hongyu herself didn't know about it. What had happened in such a short period of time? How did she cross the heavens canopy and come here? How did she obtain the faint yuan body? Also, why was she brought back by the people of Yuxiang Hall and trapped in a cage to be auctioned? Chu Liyue's eyes were fixed on the stage, and his anger surged. Song Zheng said, "Everyone, don't worry. Yuxiang Hall has already confirmed that this woman indeed has the faint yuan body. It was rumored that cultivators who possessed the faint yuan body could travel through different spaces at will. The stronger one was, the greater the distance one could travel. According to our investigation, this woman's strength is at the peak of Tier 5 and can travel within several dozen miles. If his guess was correct, once she broke through to become a rank 6 warrior, she would be able to teleport anywhere within 100 miles. The noisy hall gradually quieted down. After hearing Song Zheng's words, many people's faces were filled with surprise and envy. Such a physique was extremely precious. However, he did not know where this woman came from. Yuxiang Hall actually dared to auction her with such great fanfare? As if he saw through everyone's doubts, Song Zheng explained, according to our investigation, this woman snuck in from outside the heavens canopy. By chance, she was discovered by our people and brought back. When we found her, she was already on the verge of death. After a few days of recuperation, she finally recovered. Chu Liuyue's eyebrows twitched as he listened. Hearing Song Zheng's words, could it be that the people of Yuxiang Hall had saved Mu Hongyu? But she did not change her clothes, and her complexion did not look any better. Furthermore, it was extremely humiliating for her to be auctioned off like an item in an iron cage. However, when the people in the auction hall heard this, they all looked relieved. Many people's eyes lit up, as if they were eager to bid for Mu Hongyu. In fact, the reason why they had such a reaction was because there was a law in the Tianling dynasty. Anyone who snuck in from the heavens canopy would automatically be demoted to a slave. Such people had no status and no rights to speak of. Once they were discovered, most of them would end up very miserably. They would either be killed or sold. Obviously, because Mu Hongyu had the faint yuan body, she was specially brought back by the people of Yuxiang Hall to be auctioned off as a slave. Without a doubt, to have such a slave was the dream of countless people. Whether it was to nurture her to be their helper or to use the bloodline power of the faint yuan body to improve their own strength, it was full of temptation. It was no wonder that everyone was so excited. At this moment, Mu Hongyu, who was lying in the cage, suddenly moved and opened her eyes with difficulty. When the crowd saw this movement, they all quieted down. Chu Luyue took a step forward and placed his hands on the window, watching Mu Hongyu closely. Mu Hongyu woke up in a daze and looked around. This seems to be an auction hall. After being stunned for a short while, she quickly reacted. That's right. A few days ago, she met a group of people who brought her back. But after that, she was in a coma and only had some vague memories left. When she woke up again, she was in this situation. She lowered her head to look at herself and realized that her clothes were still the same as before. She heaved a sigh of relief. But at the same time, she realized something more important. She was being auctioned off. Countless pairs of eyes fell on her, making her feel uneasy. Her hand trembled and a golden maned bear cub appeared in front of her. It protected Mu Hongyu behind it and looked at the people around it with a fierce expression. Its body was full of injuries, new injuries stacked on top of old ones, and almost none of them were in good condition. During this period of time, it had obviously suffered a lot. Tsong tsong! Mu Hongyu exclaimed. Looking at the injuries on its body, her heart ached and her eyes turned red instantly. She then remembered that when she was in a coma, Tsong Tsong seemed to have been protecting her. It had been trying its best to stop those people from getting close to her, which caused it to be covered in injuries. Tsong Tsong, come here. Mu Hongyu hugged the golden maned bear cub tightly in her arms. The golden maned bear cub resisted at first and wanted to continue protecting her, but in the end, it obediently lay on her shoulder. Mu Hongyu looked at the countless injuries on its body and her heart ached so much that she cried. If she wasn't so useless, it wouldn't have. Now that they were trapped here, there was no way for them to escape. She didn't even know where this place was. Song Zheng raised his voice. I don't need to explain how precious the faint yuan body is. There is no starting price for this auction. Everyone can bid as you wish. The highest bidder wins. Just as he finished speaking, a voice came from the crowd. 100,000 white crystals. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 588. The voice came from the second floor. Chu Luyue took a look. It was a man in his 30s with an unfamiliar face. The moment he opened his mouth, someone from the third floor also shouted. 150,000. The people sitting on the first floor were speechless. This auction basically had no place for them to participate in. However, it seemed that the people on the second floor were going to fight fiercely for it. The faint yuan body was indeed very attractive. The first bid was 100,000 white crystal coins. In the blink of an eye, the price had increased to 150,000 white crystal coins. However, this was just the beginning. After this, people continued to raise the price. There was almost no pause in the bidding. Moreover, the extent of each increase was extremely terrifying. 200,000. 300,000, 500,000. In just a short while, the price had increased a few times. There was no lack of rich people in Xiling City. In the face of such a precious faint yuan body, what was money to them? Shui Lu walked to Jian Fengqi's side and followed his line of sight. She was deep in thought. You know this girl? Jian Fengqi's face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. He nodded his head with his chin clenched. His icy eyes were filled with a biting cold murderous intent. Shui Lu was slightly shocked. She had never seen such an expression on Jian Fengqi's face. That girl, who is she? Just now, Song Zheng said that the girl was smuggled in from outside Heaven's Canopy, so Jian Fengqi knew her when he was outside Heaven's Canopy? Shui Lu looked for a while and said. Her injuries are quite serious. Although there was still some distance between them, it was not hard to imagine what kind of ordeal she had gone through. She looks like she's only in her teens. I really don't know how she crossed Heaven's Canopy alone. Shui Lu said softly. Jian Fengqi's expression turned even colder. He gradually tightened his grip on the bone fan. His fingertips turned white and he almost crushed the fan. No one knew that when he saw that the person trapped in the iron cage was Mu Hongyu, he was furious. At that moment, he almost wanted to rush out and smash the cage into pieces. In his impression, Mu Hongyu was always as brilliant and passionate as a flame. Suddenly seeing her like this was really hard for him to accept. His chest seemed to be blocked by something, and he felt suffocated and uncomfortable. Shui Lu's voice became much gentler. Since she's your friend, why don't we take a picture of her and bring her back? Jian Fengqi finally spoke coldly as he emphasized every word. She's not an item. I know. But now that Song Zheng said that she was smuggled over, everyone would think that she was a slave. This was the only way to save her. Don't tell me that you intend to create havoc in Yuxiang Hall and forcefully take her away? That was simply a pipe dream. Jian Fengqi was very powerful, but 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. This was Yuxiang Hall's territory. Who could be their opponent? Moreover, Yuxiang Hall did not lack top experts. Jian Fengqi could be taken down by a few random people. Jian Fengqi's sword-like eyebrows were tightly knitted together. The sound of bidding continued outside, and it was very ear-piercing. 1 million. 1,200,000. 1,250,000. He looked at Mu Hongyu. She sat alone in the iron cage, hugging the golden mane bear cub tightly in her arms. She was lonely, cold, and at a loss. His lips moved. 5 million. The low and cold voice instantly spread throughout the entire hall. This sentence was like a sharp sickle, instantly cutting off the voices of many people. The originally noisy auction hall immediately became silent, as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water on it. 5 million, white crystal coins. This was an astronomical figure. Even the noble families in Xiling City might not be able to take out so much money at once. Those people who were still quite confident before all wilted. Even Song Zheng was shocked. This number was already the highest bid that Yuxiang Hall had ever seen this year. After being stunned for a moment, he suppressed his wildly beating heart and raised his voice. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? 5 million going once. Someone actually bid 5 million? Chu Luyue, who was waiting for an opportunity to make a move, was also shocked. From 1 million, it suddenly increased to 5 million, this person clearly wanted to bid for Mu Hongyu at all costs. In Xiling City, there were not many people who could afford this. Who could it be? Chu Luyue fell into deep thought, and countless faces flashed across her mind. But because this private room was too private, she could not guess who the other party was. After all, the temptation of the faint yuan body was too great. She was somewhat anxious as she paced around the room. Previously, she had planned to bid for Mu Hongyu directly. This was undoubtedly the best way. Moreover, she could afford to pay for it. But now that this person had made a move, Chu Luyue was somewhat hesitant. She was not worried about the money, but that the other party would endlessly increase the price. After thinking about it, Chu Luyue still chose to bid 6 million. The crowd, who originally thought that 5 million would be the final bid, gasped in unison. Who is so generous to increase the price by so much? In comparison, the previous auctions that were worth tens of thousands were nothing more than child's play. Shui Lu blinked her eyes. That's strange, who else would compete with you? Jian Fengqi was recently rich and could afford this amount of money, but why was the other party so generous? Jian Fengqi was about to increase the price, but suddenly thought of something, and his expression turned serious. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.